Hello, everyone. Welcome to a very special CobraCast 199. I am your host, D-Day Cobra, and we got to get this party started right now because there's a lot going on. There's a lot to talk about. The Biden state of the dementia is off to a hell of a start, okay? It's off to a hell of a start. We've got pro-Palestine protesters blocking the motorcade. We're just going to jump right into it. We got all of this going on right here, right now. Let me unmute desktop audio. I want to say hello to everyone. I know we have a lot. No intro tonight. We're jumping right into this bad boy because we got potentially President Trump is doing like this play-by-play. I'm still not sure if it's going to be a play-by-play from video or if it's going to be a play-by-play through True Social with tweeting out over there. I have no idea. But right now, this is going on right now. Joe Biden's State of the Dementia Night is off to a rough start as pro-Palestine protesters have blocked his motorcade route. Here we go.
Us, we do not agree that corporations get to have more rights.
It says Biden's legacy is genocide. It says Biden's legacy is genocide.
Than us and the people in Gaza. Shame!
Shame!
Shame! Criminal!
When I say genocide, you say Joe!
Genocide Joe? What?
When I say genocide, you say Joe! Genocide! Joe! Joe!
No more money for Israel's crime! No more money for Israel's crime!
I love a woke on woke crime. I really do. I really, really do.
No more money for Israel's crime! No more money for Israel's crime!
Genocide! Free Palestine!
Free Palestine!
I mean, so again, this is going on right now. I haven't seen any updates as to if the motorcade was able to get through. There's a lot more to talk about, too.
Free Palestine!
Free Palestine!
Free Palestine!
Free Palestine!
Free Palestine!
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
So that's what's going on there. I want to say hello to everyone as we get this party started. And listen, we just got this new national poll that is just dropped right here. Donald Trump has now taken the lead in all national polls. That is from Breaking 911. So you've got all of these different polls: New York Times, CBS, Fox, CNN, and the Wall Street Journal. Donald Trump is leading in all of them right now. The momentum for MAGA is unstoppable right now, ladies and gentlemen. And look, oh man, this is going to be a fun night, all right? You get Letitia James got booed out of the building right here. Listen to this.
Oh, come on. We're in a house of God. First, simmer down. I want to thank Commissioner Kavanaugh and Chief Hodgins for that recognition.
So that happened. Then you have Marjorie Taylor Greene right here. You love to see it. Here we go.
Tonight's the State of the Union, and the State of the Union is Laken Riley. America's been under attack because of Joe Biden's open border policies with over 10 million illegal aliens invading our country. There's 2 million gotaways, and among them, we know there are terrorists. America has a national security crisis because of Joe Biden. Joe must go, and I'm ready for the State of the Union. Tonight.
Let's go. I mean, it is, dude, this is going to be a big night. This is going to be a big night. I'm not sure what to expect. I see you, Dan Vask, you mad lad, with 20 gifted memberships. Let's go. Woof. I mean, it is just something else. We also have this story, which is not directly related to tonight's political stuff going on, but hey, we've got a United Airlines plane from San Francisco diverts and lands safely after losing a tire. A United Airlines flight departing for San Francisco International Airport was diverted to Los Angeles International Airport due to a lost tire during takeoff. Airport officials reported damage to multiple cars caused by falling tires. A falling tire. The plane made a safe landing at LAX. So you have these vehicles damaged. Do you know how this happens? Do you know how this happens? This happens when you have diversity hires. This is what happens when you hire diversity over a qualified individual, and it's only going to get worse. In my comments, I said diversity hires, and everybody was responding to me saying diversity tires. So I thought that was pretty funny. So diversity tires. But yes, expect a wild and crazy night for sure. I'm reading my feed right now. I see you, Dan, with the Hail the Snake Pit. I saw several gifted memberships already. Thank you, guys. I'm going to try to keep up to the best of my ability. I appreciate you guys being here and tuning in, but I'm going to do my best to stay on top of the news tonight. And it looks like they're talking about the motorcade being blocked right now on Fox News. Woof. Everybody's talking about this blocked motorcade right now. Josh Johnson with 10 gifted memberships. Let's freaking go. Man, this is the result of what happens when you let these leftist freaks do what they've done. Vic Whiplash with 20 gifted memberships. And the gifties are going to be flying all night, baby. Let's go. Let's go. The memes have been glorious. We're going to keep an eye on True Social as well. The latest we've heard from President Trump, and I'll pull up True Social right now. We will read over President Trump's feed right here. President Trump. True Social, the real voice of America. This will be an exciting evening. You never know what you're going to get with Crooked Joe. Follow our play-by-play on Truth, Donald J. Trump. So there we go right there. So this is what Trump is saying over there. There is very little that Joe Biden can say about tonight with the damage to our country and the migrant invasion and the likes of which we have never witnessed in world history. The migrant crime is rampant, and he just doesn't want to do anything about it. So right here, Joe Biden, you're fired. This was, what did you say right
Well,
here?
it was anything but a good week for President Biden.
The polls are pretty consistent. Joe Biden is a failure.
The pullout of Afghanistan, President Biden's exit as an unmitigated disaster.
That disastrous evacuation resulted in Americans left behind.
Joe Biden, you're fired. Get out of here.
Bidenomics has become a negative word, especially among Democrats, because it's not working.
70% of Americans say the economy is worse now.
That's Bidenomics.
You're fired.
The crisis at the border unrelenting.
Record numbers of migrants crossing over this week.
151 people on the FBI's terror watch list.
Would you employ Joe Biden for anything? No.
Get that son of a bitch off the field right now. Out. He's fired. He's fired.
He's fired. I think Trump had a video earlier. He's probably been tweeting a lot. Here it is. Here's his video, I think. Tonight, you won't hear Crooked Joe say the name Laken Riley. Let's listen to President
crime
Trump.
is taking over America. From his very first day, Joe Biden allowed an invasion of our country, resettling dangerous illegal aliens from all over the world into American communities to prey on our people. The latest victim of Joe Biden's premeditated border invasion is Laken Riley. Joe Biden refuses to even say her name, but she will never be forgotten, not by great Americans. Last week, Laken went out for her morning jog and never came back home. A Biden migrant has been charged with brutally attacking her, beating her, kidnapping her, and murdering her on the campus of the University of Georgia. This monster should never have been allowed in our country. He was released at Crooked Joe's orders and set loose into our country. The radical left Democrats then released him onto the public yet a second time after he was arrested in New York for injuring a child. How many more innocent victims must be harmed, and how much more innocent blood must be spilled until we stop this invasion, this horrible, horrible invasion, and remove these illegal alien criminals from our country? As president, I will carry out the largest domestic deportation operation in American history to remove Joe Biden's illegals and murderers, because that's what many of them are. They're from mental institutions, and they're from prisons from all over the world, from Africa, from Asia, from South America, from the Middle East, all over the world. Many of them come from prisons and mental institutions. It's very simple. If they don't go back to their countries, we will never get back our country. Thank you very much. We're so sorry to be talking about this to the parents. They're great people. Laken Riley will be very, very sorely missed. This should never, ever happen again. Our country is being overrun by criminals, by murderers, by drug addicts. They're all coming in through Joe Biden's horrible open border. There's never been a border like this anywhere in the world at any time. He is a disaster as a president. He doesn't understand it. He doesn't understand how bad it is. It's so bad, the whole world is talking about it. There's never been a case like this. Thank you.
1,000% right. And this is why I will continue to show my support for President Trump. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. I don't care how much people cry. It doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is getting this country back on track. And if President Trump was the president right now, that young lady would still be alive and we wouldn't be facing the problems we're facing. Unfortunately, as I've said, because there's so many fucking idiots out there that are so caught up on mean tweets and not being presidential enough, we unfortunately have had to go through this hell to get to where we need to be later this year when President Trump wins the White House back and then fully takes back over in 2025. It's a very, very frustrating situation, to say the least. I don't know if I'm going to have a voice at the end of the night. My voice is already starting to go, but we are here and we're live and we are going to cover all of this for you. I see Vault 95 says no motorcade coverage on Beanie Boys show. CobraCast 199 is superior. Also, Trump History has a poll going. Should Women's History Month be replaced with Trump History Month? 1,000% it should. It absolutely should. No doubt about it. Vic Whiplash says send them all to the Gaza Strip. See how that rolls. What up, Vic Whiplash? Let's see. Golden Nuggets for 5 says, doctor told me I got liver damage. I don't drink. Shitty times, man. Trying to stay positive for the 199. Hey, brother, I am sorry to hear that. Keep us posted. But again, you already rose above it once. I know you can do it again, man. Isaac Randolph says, I would love it during a debate for Trump to just look over at Biden and say, my God, Joe, did you shit yourself just now? That would be good. That would be really good, actually. And honestly, Trump would say something like that. If you're just tuning in, and I see we have people just tuning in, we have reports that Joe Biden's motorcade has been blocked, and pro-Palestine protesters have blocked his motorcade, and I don't know if we've got any updates to see if he's able to get in, but this is what's going on right now.
We do not agree that corporations get to have more rights than us and the people in Gaza. Shame! Criminal!
When I say genocide, you say Joe! Genocide! Joe! When I say genocide, you say Joe!
So right there, that says Biden's legacy is genocide. They're calling him Genocide Joe. So thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. And again, it's a woke on woke crime. That's what it is. And we see woke on woke crimes all the time. And this is bad. Like, this is a bad situation right now. And hey, you know, AOC said it best. protesting's all about making people uncomfortable, right? Of course, AOC didn't really seem very comfortable when she was facing protest, but, you know, rules for thee, not for me. That's how it works with these clowns.
Genocide! Joe! Genocide! Joe!
No more money for Israel's crime! No more money for Israel's crime!
This is essentially pronouns in bio in real life right here, okay? This is what we got.
Genocide! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
I have no sympathy for the Biden administration or anyone that is being affected by these protests. I have literally no sympathy for them. They created all this bullshit, and now a woke on woke crime is the best thing in the world.
Palestine! Free Palestine! We want permanent ceasefire. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Permanent ceasefire! Now! What do we want? Permanent ceasefire!
I hope that picture keeps making the rounds on the mainstream outlets and things like that. So yeah, so we have all of that going on. We are about 15 minutes from the State of the Union address. I have a feed pulled up right now. We also have President Trump, who is apparently going to be doing a live play-by-play with all of this as well. So right here, this is the House chamber, waiting for all of this to play out. I don't know what to expect tonight. I just know, get your popcorn out, sit back, relax, and get ready for some potential craziness tonight. It's going to be a wild one. It's going to be a wild one. And it's already started out. To be a pretty crazy night. And yeah, look at that ratio right now. 700. So I'm on the Associated Press YouTube channel, and it's almost ratioed right now. Almost ratioed. Savvy Sue, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Appreciate that. Let me get a couple of these super chats really quick. $20 from Jay Ritz. He says, by the way, YouTube has unchecked my sub bell recently, and I had to re-hit that bell. Hell, the 199. Well, thank you. Sorry you had to go through that, man. That's very frustrating. But we are on Rumble, and if you've not followed me on Rumble, D-Day Cobra, please make sure you do that. We're also on Kick as well, so make sure you follow me there. We got a 1999 from Sean Puffy 3 says, here's to not giving a fuck. Thank you, Jeremy. Love that you do this. Always a pleasure, my friend. Thank you. Trump 2024 hashtag MAGA. Let's go. Surly SOB for 50. I always watch via TV, but I wanted to scan in. Notice the smiles on their faces as they protest. They don't care about Palestinians. They just are spoiled children who were never disciplined. 1,000% on that. And thank you for the generous donation and the gifted memberships earlier. We got Van Dask for $19.99 and says, just wanted to say thank you for all you do, Jeremy. I'm just a small-time content creator with a whalebone and a dream. Would mean a lot to have a shout-out here. Might bring you some heat, though. Lock it in. Gay. Thank you for that. I love you guys so much. I appreciate it. So anyway, we're settling in. All right, we got True Social pulled up as well. So we got Donald Trump's feed over here on True Social. So we'll see how this all plays out. So the last thing Trump tweeted out was 44 minutes ago over on True Social. So we will keep an eye on that. Don't worry. And yeah, so you guys are the freaking best. Cramerica Industries for $9.99 says maybe this is all a setup so Biden's handlers can cancel the event MAGA 2024. You never know. You never know. I've got so many screens and phones pulled up right now, so I'm trying to keep up with everything tonight. So again, let's see. Judacon, what's up, Judacon? Hail Jeremy and the 199 Cobra crew. Let's go. Thank you guys for being here. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. And again, hopefully my voice will, I've been streaming a lot. I've been making a lot of videos. And I don't think I'm getting sick. I rarely ever get sick. I was feeling a little weird the other night, but then we got the streaming and I started feeling fine, even though I was kind of exhausted. Just needed a good night's sleep. But time will tell if my voice holds out. And this is going to be a long night. Now, let's see. Let's go. Let's check back over here on True Social really quick. Refresh. Hit President Trump's profile here. Okay, nothing there. Let me check Twitter. See if we got any updates going on over on Twitter right now. And, man, I mean, there's so much to cover, but I don't want to miss anything. Of course, we have Mark Hamill. Mark Hamill is a massive disappointment. Look at this right here. Donald Trump's lead has increased in Pennsylvania, now at 4.2, now based on 28 polls. So, yeah, Trump just as he's getting more and more and more powerful and stronger. The more they do to him, the more they arrest him, the more that they try to fine him, the more that they try to bog him down in all this legal bullshit. It just backfires gloriously, and that's all that's going to happen. It's going to continue to happen the more they do it. And honestly, they can't help themselves. They can't stay out of their own way. They can't. They cannot do it. They can't stop. TDS is a serious problem that we are facing. TDS is a serious, serious problem. I think we've got, okay, is this a, wow, this is a 5-minute clip. But you know what? It's probably worth watching. Here we go right here. This is Team Trump just tweeted this out. Here we go.
Anyway. And I don't want to.
It's sad.
Well, maybe choose my words. I was just thinking, anyway. I just, look, I mean, Putin's kleptocracy, yeah. It was in January, after being elected, the late January, early February. He said, it's not, we lead, not just, well, I won't go into it. Here's what drives the driver in the states that are affected. Here's what you can do, the drivers. For two reasons. One, it's an impact that decades are making, because inaction.
What up, Ripa?
There was inaction. With the Department of from Charlotte, another line going from in Florida down to Tampa. The best way to get something done, if it holds near and dear to you that you like to be able to. Anyway, the idea that
the music is absolutely phenomenal.
Shangang, I'm going to pronounce it right. Shanga. But there's, there to be, beginning this effort, and I want you to know that I want to thank you as well for. But the nature, not. I'll go ahead and hold shrine. America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him.
If there's ever been a picture to define social justice, it's right there. A clueless old man who has no idea what's going on, being controlled by the Obamas, and a couple of diversity hires flanking him.
Look, solid meeting with the Los Angeles and
All right, there's still a few more minutes of that, but I need to get ready. I don't want to miss the State of the Union as everything unfolds. So I'm heading back over to the YouTube channel to make sure to stay on top of that, because we want to make sure we don't miss whatever this disaster is going to be, because it will be a disaster. So I'm going to stay live on this right now on this on the Associated Press YouTube channel. So this video is 90 hours long. I know it. Okay, so welcome in, everybody. Get ready. It's going to be a chaotic night. We're going to be keeping an eye on Truth Social as well to see what is happening over there. Need to get that pulled up over here really quickly. So I'm going to have Truth Social pulled up in another tab so I can keep an eye on everything over there. I don't know if Trump is going to actually go live or if he's just going to tweet. I have no idea. So we're just going to wait and see.
The Dean of the Diplomatic Corps.
Okay, let's see here. All right. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Not one person cares about any of this shit, but we're still going to watch it all play out. I'm trying to pull up a couple of different windows just to keep an eye on everything. Computer is working overtime right now just to try to keep up with all of this stuff. All right, so let me see how you guys are doing. We got my boy Munchie Ninja. I always have to say it slowly. Mark Hamill, the best Joker voice actor of all time, and his legendary performance as Fire Lord helped shape my childhood. Sad he is a massive disappointment, but I'm a laugh when he rees in November. I mean, Mark Hamill has always been a legend from the nerd world. You know, whether it would be, Luke Skywalker, whether it be the Joker, whether it be Cockknocker. Wasn't it Cockknocker what he played in the Jay and Silent Bob? But TDS, man, it ruins people. It just ruins people. It breaks people's brains, and it is the true pandemic that we are facing right now. It is the true pandemic.
The Chief Justice and Associate Justices of the Supreme Court.
9-0, baby. 9-0. I wonder if the audio is going to be better in a different channel. The audio is a little weak. I wonder if the audio is going to be better on a different channel. I think I'm going to pull another feed up. I don't really like the audio here, so let's see if we can get State of the Union. Let's try.
And is a part of that dynamic.
Here we go.
Showing us what type of politics we're now experiencing. They have just decided this week to keep the opponent of President Biden on the ballot in Colorado. They are expected to take up more arguments related to the election. So again, just their presence reminds you of how basically our whole system right now is engaged somehow in the next election.
James, we've also seen retired justices.
I'll turn this down right here. That should sound better. You C-SPAN? Okay. I'll go to C-SPAN. Let me go to C-SPAN then. All right, C-SPAN, C-SPAN, C-SPAN. Here we go. All right. So that should be good right there. So we'll leave it at a low volume while we hear what's going on. Want to welcome everybody in. I don't know how many people are watching. I don't have that feed pulled up, but I do have the chat pulled up, and I see all those gifted memberships and all those super chats and everybody just throwing the emojis and all that green, those green names. I see Rumble. We got 533 people on Rumble, so I appreciate it. And I am excited for all of you. So we got how many? 3,800? Let's go. Let's break 4,000 on YouTube. Let's go. Smash the melee button, share the video out, comment in the, tell me how excited you are. And it's a simple question. Are you voting for Donald Trump in November? Hail the Lord says sub to the channel. I like your thinking. I like your thinking. All right. If Biden's even there. Let's see, 150,000%. Let's freaking go. All right. There we go. It's just 3,700. I do have that feed pulled up right there. So, all right, I'm going to check my Twitter feed while we're waiting just to see. There's Byron Donalds. Shout out to Byron Donalds. Am I signed into True Social? I think I'm signed into True Social on this phone. I need to start using True Social more. I am on True Social, D-Day Cobra. It feels like I'm having trouble pulling True Social up right now. Is anybody else having trouble pulling True Social up?
True Social's having issues.
Yeah, I can't pull True Social.
Yeah, you got to keep refreshing. Mobile works better, but I think they're being DDoSed. I'm checking down detector, and it keeps showing a spike right now.
Yeah, I can't pull True Social up right now. Interesting timing there. Hey, Trump. Hey, Trump, it's a good time to go to Twitter. I'm just saying, okay? Trump, it's a good time to go back to Twitter right now, Trump, okay? Dude, you could literally steal the night. You could steal the entire night from Biden if you go back to Twitter right now. Go back to Twitter. Call Elon and say, you better get those servers churning, baby, because I'm coming back to Twitter. That's what he needs to do. All right, I'll keep trying. Hailstorm, keep trying to get it pulled up. And yeah, I keep refreshing, but I cannot get it pulled up right now.
It's up. I'll just drop I will drop the, yeah, he just truthed twice. I'll just drop it in the DMs for you to read.
Okay.
Screenshot.
If you just want to read them right now, go ahead and do it. Just go ahead and do it.
1 second.
Yeah, because I cannot pull True Social up. And I don't have the Discord feed. I've got 5 monitors right now, and they're all covered with all of our chats. So, all right, it's trying. We're trying to pull it up. It's trying to let me. We shall see. 4,000 people here on YouTube. We are flirting with getting up to 1,000 on Rumble. Shout out to everybody. Dan says Twix sucks. I like Twitter. I like Twitter. It's not perfect, but you know, it would be great if Trump came back and broke Twitter and True Social all in a night. Okay, I've got some of his True Social tweets. It says there is nothing. Let's see, he can say tonight to absolve him from letting 15 million people into our country illegally. He'll probably blame me, but I had the safest border in the history of our country. So that won't go very far. The president is very substantially late. Not a good start, but let's give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm sure he had very important things to do, but he is just now getting into the car. They will have to drive very, very quickly. Just don't want to be late for the State of the Union. They need Mario Andretti to be at the wheel of the limo. All right, Hailstorm, just keep dropping. Just put these in mine and your DMs on Twitter. And that way we're not bogging down the CobraCast chat. Just keep screenshotting those for me if you get them. So it looks like Trump's just going to do a play-by-play True Social tweets, basically. So he's already calling Biden out for being late. Oh, man. That's fantastic. So, yes, we are currently waiting for Dementia Joe. Dementia Joe is late to the State of the Union. Everybody else seemed to make it here, but Dementia Joe can't seem to make it on time. My goodness, man. My goodness. What a disaster. What a disaster. What have been, I mean, not that this is the most embarrassing thing about Joe Biden. All right, are we ready? Blabs the Tower Tard says, let's see. For any international viewers, the State of the Union is one of the few times both houses and Congress sit in session together for the President of the United States to deliver an address to the legislative branch. Thank you for giving that clarification to anyone that is not aware of what this is. And so tonight, if you've never watched the State of the Union, what you're going to see is you're going to see a lot of moments where Biden will say something and you will see the Democrats all stand up and clap and make this big deal. There will be moments, it's almost like a professional wrestling situation. There's things that they have in the speech that are designed to try to force both sides to have to stand up, because the Democrats are already going to stand up because it's the home team. And they try to put things out there that are impossible, that the other side can't set for. So they can get a full standing ovation, so it can show that he's reaching across the aisle because they're looking for those optics. It happens every time. It happens every time. And so it'll be interesting to see how the Republicans react to this piece of shit, Joe Biden. Eric Guidewall says, as Obi-Wan said, you'll never find a more wretched hive of villainy and scum for those who are in Congress right now. Absolutely. Absolutely. And there's Bernie. Hey, Bernie, thanks for leaving one of your 8 houses, one of your 8 mansions. We appreciate it. That's really nice of you. Honestly, it's really nice of Bernie Sanders to leave one of his mansions for us little people. Really appreciate that, Bernie. Thank you, buddy. Little concerned you don't have a mask on, though. Might want to put a mask on. Does anyone have a mask, by the way? Is this a super spreader event? Is this a super spreader event? Wow. This might be a super spreader event, ladies and gentlemen. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Might be interesting. Super spreader event. Let's go. Let me see. I'm trying to keep that right there. All right. So, yes, we are currently waiting for Dementia Joe. I don't know if he even knows tonight is the State of the Union. All right. Does he even know? God, this is going to be... So I'll repeat what I said last time. That I hope that... And again, this pains me to say this, but I'm thinking big picture. I hope it's not like a complete and total disaster for Biden to the point where the Democrats are at a point where they're like, holy shit, this guy can't run. We can't let this happen. Like, I don't want the guy falling on stage. I don't want him dropping the N-word, although... Gosh, would that be hilarious? But he would not be the president come November. I want him to be the president in November. I want him to be the Democratic nominee running against President Trump. That's what I want. Now, again, if anything, like I've said before, if he does drop the N-word, that might actually make his poll numbers go up. It might. But, you know, I don't think the Democrats are going to be able to stand by him if that happens. We will see. Ugh. Ugh. Okay. Get that thing off the screen. Okay. Thank you. Don't do that to us. Don't do that to us. Oh, man. I can't wait to see what happens here. All right. So I see that Robert F. Kennedy has sent a tweet out about a 9-minute video, and it says the state of our union. We're obviously not going to watch that right now, but he is trying to do some counter programming, which I can appreciate. There's cackling Kamala right there. Eesh. All right, let's see. So again, let me repeat what Trump tweeted out on Truth Social. He said, the president is very substantially late. Not a good start, but let's give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm sure he had very important things to do, but he is now getting into the car. They will have to drive very, very quickly. You just don't want to be late to the State of the Union. They will need Mario Andretti to be at the wheel of the limo. That was from President Trump. Oh my gosh. This is embarrassing. All right, here we go. Here we go. Audio levels good, everybody? Are the audio levels good?
Mr. Speaker, the President's Cabinet.
Boo. I'm very interested to see how alert Joe Biden looks. I feel like he's going to, like, they really have probably got him way drugged up for this. Like, they probably have, they've got him on some good shit, man. They got him on some good shit. They probably gave him stuff to clean out his system last night, just so he doesn't, you know, have an accident or anything like that. Is True Social still down?
Yep, still experiencing issues.
So Truth is still down. Very convenient, isn't it? Telling you, man, Trump needs to come back to Twitter tonight. Just needs to do it. Keep an eye on Real Donald Trump on Twitter. Somebody said Merrick garbage. All right. I see you, Rumble. We're pushing 1,000 viewers on Rumble. We're pushing 5,000 here on YouTube. Thank you all so very much. I appreciate it. Once everything starts, I will be shutting up. but I'm trying to fill a little bit of the downtime since the President of the United States clearly doesn't have his priorities on the country. Not because of tonight, just because of everything we've seen since 2020. But tonight just kind of is kind of symbolic of that. And, you know, not surprising at all. I'm very interested to see how his mannerisms are going to be. I'm very interested to see how his mannerisms are going to be, because I got a feeling he's going to be. They may have overdone it tonight. They may have overdone it tonight with him. So we will see. We will see. Let's see. We've got the Savvy Sue with those 10 gifted memberships. We've got Vic Whiplash with those 20 gifted memberships. Cellular Dream for 5 says, scenario, you are dying of thirst in a desert and Pelosi appears magically with her giant milkers hanging out. Do you partake? I'm dead. I'm done. I choose the other option. I'm out. See you later. All right? See you later. Who are they showing on screen? The chat's going crazy. Who are they showing? Who are they showing? Oh, they're showing Bobert? Okay. I can tell when there's a hot chick because the chat starts going crazy. So, all right. Let's see what happens here. We got Get Woke, Go Broke for 20. Says, what a great start. I got my nachos, popcorn, beer, and no, it's not the gay beer. I don't drink piss water. I love woke on woke crime. Look at these losers. Absolutely. Let's see. We've got Isaac Randolph says, I would love during a debate for Trump to look over to Joe and say, my God, Joe, did you just shit yourself? I did read that one earlier, but we got it again. Harley Dave, who dropped a MAGA red bomb on the last stream. Multiple ones, by the way. Harley Dave says, all governments suffer a reoccurring problem. Power attracts pathological personalities. It is not that power corrupts, but that magnetic is... Oh, here we go.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
This man has no idea where he's at. Oops. Trump. Yes, boo this man, chat. Boo this man. True Social still down, by the way. I'm trying to pull True Social up right now. Still can't get it. Joey is flying. Yeah, he don't know where he's at.
Look over here.
Oh! Hey, look at there!
Good to see you, Mr. President.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, let's go! Let's go! She's holding up the Laken Riley pin. Hell yeah. It says late of the union. Late of the union. Look at Marjorie. Boss move. Boss move. Boss move.
How you doing? Today is the 59th anniversary of Voting Center. Oh, good.
Marjorie Taylor Greene's already won the night.
This guy has completed integrity. Come back. All right. Thank you for everything. We got to get a good
Sorry, I had to tweet out that picture of Marjorie Taylor Greene because she did win the night. Legalize adulthood with a proper 199, a MAGA red 199. Jeremy, I have a very special Vegas 199 present I'm preparing for you. Trump 2024. Let's go. Thank you so much. Legalize adulthood. I appreciate you, brother. Holy shit. A massive, massive 199. Jenna Hughes says, welcome to the Geriatrics Ward of America's Nursing Home. Stay tuned for the bingo event. I hope you all have your cards ready to play. You can go ahead and chant it all you want. You can go ahead and chant it all you want. All you want. But Galaxy Express Media just dropped a proper 199 and says nothing. Says nothing. We also have 1,000 people over on Rumble, so shout out to all of you over on Rumble. Legalize Adulthood drops 20 gifted memberships. Thank you. I tweeted out the picture of Marjorie Taylor Greene presenting that to Joe Biden. And yeah, she's already won the night. She's already won the damn night. And True Social is still down, apparently. So I'm keeping my eye on that, but True Social is down right now.
It's intermittently up. I've posted a few. He's truth a few. I posted a few.
Okay. So we have we got a few tweets from Trump. Let's see. Maxine Waters, very nice woman, even though she's constantly saying she wants to beat up or kill people on the opposite side of the aisle. If I ever said that, they would call me an insurrectionist, and all hell would break out. That's from Trump. Holy shit.
Tony. Thank you. What a drill. Good evening.
They are intentionally overselling the shit out of this, and he is milking every bit of it.
If I were smart, I'd go home now.
What was that?
Mr. Speaker, Madam Vice President, members of Congress, my fellow Americans, in January 1941, Franklin Roosevelt came to this chamber to speak to the nation, and he said, "I address you at a moment unprecedented in the history of the Union. Hitler was on the march. War was raging in Europe. President Roosevelt's purpose was to wake up Congress and alert the American people that this was no ordinary time. Freedom and democracy were under assault in the world. Tonight, I come to this same chamber to address the nation. Now, it's we who face an unprecedented moment in the history of the Union. And yes, my purpose tonight is to wake up the Congress and alert the American people that this is no ordinary moment either. Not since President Lincoln and the Civil War have freedom and democracy been under assault at home as they are today. What makes our moment rare is that freedom and democracy are under attack both at home and overseas at the very same time. Overseas, Putin of Russia is on the march, invading Ukraine and sowing chaos throughout Europe and beyond. If anybody in this room thinks Putin will stop at Ukraine, I assure you he will not. But Ukraine can stop Putin. Ukraine can stop Putin if we stand with Ukraine and provide the weapons that needs to defend itself. That is all. That is all Ukraine is asking. They're not asking for American soldiers. In fact, there are no American soldiers at war in Ukraine, and I'm determined to keep it that way. But now, assistance to Ukraine is being blocked by those who want to walk away from our world leadership. Wasn't long ago.
I would keep putting those up, but True Social keeps crashing. So I'm trying to keep True Social up, and I will show you guys. I will overlay it when I can.
Wall. Now my predecessor, a former Republican president, tells Putin, quote, "Do whatever the hell you want." That's a quote. A former president actually said that. bowing down to a Russian leader. I think it's outrageous, it's dangerous, and it's unacceptable. America is a founding member of NATO, the military alliance of democratic nations created after World War II to prevent war and keep the peace. And today, we've made NATO stronger than ever. We welcomed Finland to the alliance last year. And just this morning, Sweden officially joined, and their minister is here tonight. Can they stand up? Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And they know how to fight. Mr. Prime Minister, welcome to NATO, the strongest military alliance the world has ever seen. I say this to Congress, we have to stand up to Putin. Send me a bipartisan national security bill. History is literally watching. History is watching. If the United States walks away, it will put Ukraine at risk. Europe is at risk. The free world will be at risk, emboldening others to do what they wish to do us harm. My message to President Putin, who I've known for a long time, is simple. We will not walk away. We will not bow down. I will not bow down. In a literal sense.
Yeah, welcome to the state of Ukraine. This is the state of Ukraine.
Just like history watched 3 years ago on January 6th. When insurrectionists stormed this very Capitol and placed a dagger to the throat of American democracy. Many of you were here on that darkest of days. We all saw with our own eyes the insurrectionists were not patriots. They'd come to stop the peaceful transfer of power, to overturn the will of the people. January 6th lies about the 2020 election and the plots to steal the election posed a gravest threat to U.S. democracy since the Civil War. But they failed. America stood. America stood strong, and democracy prevailed. We must be honest. The threat to democracy must be defended. My predecessor and some of you here seek to bury the January 6th. I will not do that. This is the moment to speak the truth and to bury the lies. Here's the simple truth. You can't love your country only when you win.
Honestly, let him keep running his mouth. Let him keep running his mouth.
I ask all of you with regard to party to join together and defend democracy. Remember your oath of office of defending against all threats, foreign and domestic. Respect free and fair elections. Restore trust in our institutions. And make clear political violence has absolutely no place in America, zero place. Again, it's not hyperbole to suggest history is watching. We're watching. Your children and grandchildren will read about this day and what we do. History is watching another assault on freedom. Joining us tonight is Latoya Beasley, a social worker from Birmingham, Alabama. 14 months ago, she and her husband welcomed a baby girl thanks to the miracle of IVF. She scheduled treatments to have that second child, but the Alabama Supreme Court shut down IVF treatments across the state, unleashed by a Supreme Court decision overturning Roe v. Wade. She was told her dream would have to wait. What her family had got through should never have happened. unless Congress acts, it could happen again. So tonight, let's stand up for families like hers. To my friends across the aisle, don't keep this waiting any longer. Guarantee the right to ADF. Guarantee it nationwide.
He sounds angry and bitter, and this is not going to go well for him.
Like most Americans, I believe Roe v. Wade got it right.
Who?
I thank Vice President Harris for being an incredible leader, defending reproductive freedom, and so much more. Thank you. My predecessor came to office determined to see Roe v. Wade overturned.
He's not going to say
overturned, and he brags about it. Look at the chaos that has resulted. Joining us tonight is Kate Cox, the wife and mother from Dallas. She's become pregnant again and had a fetus of a fatal condition. Her doctor told Kate that her own life and her ability to have children in the future were at risk if she didn't act. Because Texas law banned her ability to act, Kate and her husband had to leave the state to get what she needed. What her family got through should have never happened as well, but it's happening in too many others. There are state laws banning the freedom to choose, criminalizing doctors, forcing survivors of rape and incest to leave their states to get the treatment they need. Many of you in this chamber and my predecessor are promising to pass a national ban on reproductive freedom. My God, what freedom else would you take away? Look, it's a decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. The Supreme Court majority wrote the following, and with all due respect, justices, women are not without electoral power. Electoral or political power. You're about to realize just how much you're right about that.
Did he just, call out the fucking Supreme Court to their face and embarrass the Supreme Court? Do you think that's a good idea? Do you think that's a good idea? Holy shit!
About overturning Roe v. Wade have no clue about the power of women. But they found out when reproductive freedom was on the ballot. We won in 2022 and 2020, and we'll win again in 2024.
This man just threatened. Look at them. They are pissed. Holy shit.
If you, the American people, send me a Congress that supports the right to choose, I promise you, I'll restore Roe v. Wade as the law of the land again.
Wow.
Folks, America cannot go back. I'm here tonight to show what I believe is the way forward, because I know how far we come. 4 years ago next week, before I came to office, the country was hit by the worst pandemic and the worst economic crisis in a century. Remember the fear, record losses? Remember the spikes in crime and the murder rate, raging virus that took more than 1 million American lives, of loved ones, millions left behind? A mental health crisis of isolation and loneliness. A president, my predecessor, failed the most basic presidential duty that he owes to American people, the duty to care. I think that's unforgivable.
This is a disaster for Biden.
I came to office determined to get us through one of the toughest periods in the nation's history. We have. It doesn't make news.
Look how angry he looks.
1,000 cities and towns, the American people are writing the greatest comeback story never told.
Dude, this is a terrible State of the Union. He's angry, he's bitter, he's threatening the Supreme Court, and he can't stop talking about Trump. This is terrible.
Tell it here and now. America's comeback is building a future of American possibilities, building an economy from the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down, investing in all America, in all Americans, to make sure everyone has a fair shot, and we leave no one behind. The pandemic no longer controls our lives. The vaccines that saved us from COVID are now being used to beat cancer, turning setback into comeback, That's what America does. That's what America does. Folks, my inherited economy is on the brink. Now our economy is literally the envy of the world. 15 million new jobs in just 3 years, a record, a record.
This is amazing how bad this is. This is awful. He's lying.
A 50-year low.
He's gaslighting.
A record 16 million Americans are starting small businesses, and each one is a literal act of hope. With historic job growth and small business growth for Black and Hispanics and Asian Americans, 800,000 new manufacturing jobs in America and counting. Where is it written we can't be the manufacturing capital of the world? We are, we will. More people have health insurance today.
This is
More
so
people have health
bad.
insurance today than ever before. The racial wealth gap is as small as it's been in 20 years.
He's not even getting the time to clap.
Keeps coming down.
He doesn't know how to read the room.
From 9% to 3%, the lowest in the world, and tending lower.
His poll numbers are going to plummet.
And now, instead of importing foreign products and exporting American jobs, we're exporting American products and creating American jobs. Right here in America, where they belong. And it takes time, but the American people are beginning to feel it. Consumer studies show consumer confidence is soaring. Buy America has been the law of the land since the 1930s. Past administrations, including my predecessor, including some Democrats as well in the past, failed to buy American. Not anymore. On my watch, federal projects that you fund, like helping build American roads, bridges, and highways, will be made with American products and built by American workers. Creating good-paying American jobs. And thanks to our CHIPS and Science Act, the United States is investing more in research and development than ever before. During the pandemic, a shortage of semiconductors, chips, that drove up the price of everything from cell phones to automobiles. And by the way, we invented those chips right here in America. Well, instead of having to import them, private companies are now investing billions of dollars to build new chip factories here in America, creating tens of thousands of jobs. Many of those jobs paying $100,000
trying not to interrupt, chat.
a year
I'm trying.
and don't require a college degree.
I'm trying to just be quiet.
In fact, my policies have attracted $650 billion in private sector investment in clean energy, advanced manufacturing, creating tens of thousands of jobs here in America. And thanks to our bipartisan infrastructure law, 46,000 new projects have been announced all across your communities. And by the way, I noticed some of you have strongly voted against it, or they're cheering on that money coming in. I like it. I'm with you. I'm with you. And if any of you don't want that money in your district, just let me know. Modernizing our roads and bridges, ports and airports, public transit systems. Removing poisonous lead pipes so every child can drink clean water without risk of brain damage. Providing affordable high-speed internet for every American, no matter where you live, urban, suburban, or rural communities, in red states and blue states.
He's so angry.
Record investments in tribal communities. Because of my investment in a family farm.
This is anger. This is hatred. This is not a leader.
Because my investment in family farm is led by my Secretary of Agriculture and knows more about this than anybody I know. We're better able to stay in the family for those farms and their children and grandchildren won't have to leave home to make a living. It's transformative. The great comeback story is Belvedere, Illinois. home to an auto plant for nearly 60 years. Before I came to office, the plant was on its way to shutting down. Thousands of workers feared for their livelihoods. Hope was fading. Then I was elected to office, and we raised the Belvedere repeatedly with auto companies, knowing unions would make all the difference. The UAW worked like hell to keep the plant open and get these jobs back, and together we succeeded. Instead of auto factories shutting down, auto factories reopening, a new state-of-the-art battery factories being built to power those cars there at the same. The folks of Belvedere, I say, instead of your town being left behind, your community is moving forward again. Because instead of watching auto jobs in the future go overseas, 4,000 union jobs with higher wages are building the future in Belvedere right here in America. Here tonight is UAW President Shawn Fain, a great friend and a great labor leader. Shawn, where are you? Stand up. And Dawn Sims, a third-generation worker, UAW worker at Belvedere. Shawn, I was proud to be the first president to stand on the picket line, and today, Dawn has a good job in her hometown, providing stability for her family and pride and dignity as well. Showing once again, Wall Street didn't build America. They're not bad guys. They didn't build it, though. The middle class built the country, and unions built the middle class. I say to the American people, when America gets knocked down, we get back up. We keep going. That's America.
Mike Johnson is all of us right now.
It's because of you America's coming back. It's because of you our future is brighter. It's because of you that tonight we can proudly say the state of our union is strong and getting stronger.
Mike Johnson is all of us right now.
Tonight, I want to talk about the future of possibilities that we can build together. A future where the days of trickle-down economics are over, and the wealthy and the biggest corporations no longer get all the tax breaks. And by the way, I understand corporations. I come from a state that has more corporations invested than every one of your states in the state of the United States combined.
Why do you look so angry?
And I represented for 36 years. I'm not anti-corporation. But I grew up
angry.
In a home
There's no
where
hope or
economics
optimism.
Didn't put much on my dad's kitchen table. That's why I determined to turn things around so middle class does well. When they do well, the poor have a way up and the wealthy still do very well. We all do well. And there's more to do to make sure you're feeling the benefits of all we're doing. Americans pay more for prescription drugs than anywhere in the world. It's wrong, and I'm ending it. With a law that I proposed and signed, not one of you Republican buddies voted for it, we finally beat Big Pharma. Instead of paying $400 a month or thereabouts for insulin with diabetes, and it only costs $10 to make, they only get paid $35 a month now and still make a healthy profit. And I want to, but what to do next? I want to cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month for every American who needs it. Everyone. For years, people have talked about it, but finally we got it done and gave Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices on prescription drugs. just like the VA is able to do for veterans. That's not just saving seniors money, it's saving taxpayers money. We cut the federal deficit by $160 billion. Because Medicare will no longer have to pay those exorbitant prices to Big Pharma. This year, Medicare is negotiating lower prices for some of the costliest drugs on the market to treat everything from heart disease to arthritis. It's now time to go further and give Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices for 500 different drugs over the next decade. They're making a lot of money, guys. And they'll still be extremely profitable. Will not only save lives, it will save taxpayers another $200 billion. Starting next year, the same law caps total prescription drug costs for seniors on Medicare at $2,000 a year, even for expensive cancer drugs that cost $10,000, $12,000, $15,000. Now I want to cap prescription drug costs at $2,000 a year for everyone. Folks, I'm going to get in trouble for saying that, but if you want to get an Air Force One and fly to Toronto, Berlin, Moscow, well, even Moscow, probably. And bring your prescription with you, and I promise you I'll get it for you for 40% the cost you're paying now. Same company, same drug, same place. Folks, the Affordable Care Act.
Jesus Christ, this is
the
so
old
bad.
Obamacare.
He's just lying.
It's still a very big deal. Over 100 million of you can no longer be denied health insurance because of pre-existing condition. Well, my predecessor, and many in this chamber, want to take this prescription drug away by repealing the Affordable Care Act. I'm not going to let that happen. We stopped you 50 times before, and we'll stop you again. In fact, I'm not only protecting it, I'm expanding it. We enacted tax credits of $800 per person per year, reduce health care costs for millions of working families. That tax credit expires next year. I want to make that savings permanent. To state the obvious, women are more than half our population, but research on women's health has always been underfunded. That's why we're launching the first ever White House initiative on women's health research, led by Jill, doing an incredible job as First Lady. So pass my plan for $12 billion to transfer women's health research and benefit millions of lives all across America. I know the cost of housing is so important to you. If inflation keeps coming down, mortgage rates will come down as well, and the Fed acknowledges that. But I'm not waiting. I want to provide an annual tax credit that will give Americans $400 a month for the next 2 years as mortgage rates come down, to put toward their mortgages when they buy their first home or trade up for a little more space. Just for 2 years. And my administration is also eliminating title insurance on federally backed mortgages. When you refinance your home, you can save $1,000 or more as a consequence. For millions of renters, we're cracking down on big landlords who use antitrust law, who break antitrust laws by price fixing and driving up rents. We've cut red tape so builders can get federally financing, which is already helping build a record 1.7 million new housing units nationwide. Now pass. Now pass and build and renovate 2 million affordable homes and bring those rents down. To remain the strongest economy in the world, we need to have the best education system in the world. And I, like I suspect all of you, want to give a child, every child, a good start by providing access to preschool for 3 and 4 years old. You know, I think I pointed out last year.
Somebody called me a technical marvel in the chat.
I think I pointed out last year that children coming from broken homes where there's no books, they're not read to, not spoken to very often, start school, kindergarten, or first grade, having heard 1 million fewer words spoken. Well, studies show that children who go to preschool are nearly 50% more likely to finish high school, go on to earn a 2- and 4-year degree, no matter what their background is. I met a year and a half ago with the leaders of the Business Roundtable. They were mad that they were angry, I think, well, they were discussing why I wanted to spend money on education. I pointed out to them, as vice president, I met with over 182 of those folks. Don't hold me to the exact number. And I asked them what they need most, the CEOs. And you've had the same experience on both sides of the aisle. They say a better educated workforce, right? So I looked at them, and I say, I come from Delaware. DuPont used to be the 8th largest corporation in the world. And every new enterprise they bought, they educated the workforce to that enterprise. But none of you do that anymore. Why are you angry with me providing you the opportunity for the best educated workforce in the world? And they all looked at me and said, I think you're right. I want to expand high-quality tutoring and summer learning to see that every child learns to read by 3rd grade. I'm also connecting local businesses and high schools so students get hands-on experience and a path to good-paying job whether or not they go to college. And I want to make sure that college is more affordable. Let's continue increasing the Pell Grants to working and middle-class families and increase record investments in HBCUs and minority-serving institutions, including Hispanic institutions. And I was told I couldn't universally just change the way in which we dealt with student loans. I fixed 2 student loan programs that already existed to reduce the burden of student debt for nearly 4 million Americans, including nurses, firefighters, and others in public service. Like Keenan Jones, a public educator from Minnesota, who's here with us tonight. Keenan, where are you? Keenan, thank you. He's educated hundreds of students so they can go to college. Now he's able to help, after debt forgiveness, get his own daughter to college. And folks, look, such relief is good for the economy because folks are now able to buy a home, start a business, start a family. While we're at it, I want to give public school teachers a raise. And by the way, the first couple of years, we cut the deficit. Now, let me speak to the question of fundamental fairness for all Americans. I've been delivering real results in fiscally responsible ways. We've already cut the federal deficit. We've already cut the federal deficit over $1 trillion. I signed the bipartisan deal to cut another $1 trillion in the next decade. It's my goal to cut the federal deficit another $3 trillion by making big corporations and very wealthy finally beginning to pay their fair share. Look, I'm a capitalist. If you want to make or can make a million or millions of bucks, that's great. Just pay your fair share in taxes.
Oh, my God.
A fair tax code is how we invest things to make this country great. Healthcare, education, defense, and so much more. But here's the deal. The last administration enacted a $2 trillion tax cut, overwhelmingly benefit the top 1%, the very wealthy and the biggest corporations, and exploded the federal deficit. They added more to the national debt than any presidential term in American history. Check the numbers.
Oh,
folks at home, does anybody really think the tax code is fair? Do you really think the wealthy and big corporations need another $2 trillion tax break? I sure don't. I'm going to keep fighting like hell to make it fair. Under my plan, nobody earning less than $400,000 a year will pay an additional penny in federal taxes. Nobody, not one penny. And they haven't yet. In fact, the child tax credit I passed during the pandemic cut taxes for millions of working families and cut child poverty in half. Restore that child tax credit. No child should go hungry in this country. The way to make the tax code fair is to make big corporations and the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Remember in 2020, 55 of the biggest companies in America made $40 billion and paid zero in federal income tax. Zero. Not anymore. Thanks to the law I wrote and we signed, big companies have to pay a minimum of 15%. But that's still less than working people pay in federal taxes. It's time to raise corporate minimum tax to at least 21%. So every big corporation finally begins to pay their fair share. I also want to end tax breaks for big pharma, big oil, private jets, massive executive pay when it's only supposed to be $1 million that could be deducted.
He's still
they can
so
pay them
angry.
20 million if they want, but deduct $1 million. End it now. You know, there are 1,000 billionaires in America. You know what the average federal tax is for those billionaires? No. They're making great sacrifices, 8.2%. That's far less than the vast majority of Americans pay. No billionaire should pay a lower federal tax rate than a teacher, a sanitation worker, or a nurse. I propose a minimum tax for billionaires of 25%, just 25%. You know what that would raise? That would raise $500 billion over the next 10 years. And imagine what that could do for America. Imagine a future with affordable child care. Millions of families can get what they need to go to work to help grow the economy. Imagine a future with paid leave, because no one should have to choose between working and taking care of their sick family member. Imagine the future of home care and elder care, and people living with disabilities so they can stay in their homes and family caregivers can finally get the pay they deserve. Tonight, let's all agree once again to stand up for seniors. Many of my friends on the other side of the aisle want to put Social Security on the chopping block. If anyone here tries to cut Social Security, Medicare, or raise the retirement age, I will stop you. The working people who built this country pay more into Social Security than millionaires and billionaires do. It's not fair. We have two ways to go. Republicans can cut Social Security and give more tax breaks to the wealthy. That's the proposal. Oh no, you guys don't want another $2 trillion tax cut? I kind of thought that's what your plan was. Well, that's good to hear. Got another $2 trillion for the super wealthy. That's good to hear. I'll protect and strengthen Social Security and make the wealthy pay their fair share. Look. Too many corporations raise prices to pad their profits, charging more and more for less and less. That's why we're cracking down on corporations that engage in price gouging and deceptive pricing, from food to healthcare to housing. In fact, the snack companies think you won't notice if they change the size of the bag and put a hell of a lot fewer, same size bag, put fewer chips in it. No, I'm not joking. It's called shrinkflation. Pass Bobby Casey's bill and stop this. I really mean it. You probably all saw that commercial on Snickers bars. You get charged the same amount, and you got about, I don't know, 10% fewer Snickers in it. Look, I'm also getting rid of junk fees, those hidden fees at the end of your bill that are there without your knowledge. My administration announced we're cutting credit card late fees from $32 to $8. Banks and credit card companies are allowed to charge what it costs them to instigate the collection. And that's more a hell of a lot like $8 and 30-some dollars. They don't like it. The credit card companies don't like it. But I'm saving American families $20 billion a year with all the junk fees I'm eliminating. Folks at home, that's why the banks are so mad. It's $20 billion in profit. I'm not stopping there. My administration has proposed rules to make cable, travel, utilities, and online ticket sellers tell you the total price up front so there are no surprises. It matters. It matters. And so does this. In November, my team began serious negotiation with a bipartisan group of senators. The result was a bipartisan bill with the toughest set of border security reforms we've ever seen. Oh, you don't think so? Oh, you don't like that bill, huh? That conservatives got together and said it was a good bill? I'll be darned. That's amazing. That bipartisan bill would hire 1,500 more security agents and officers, 100 more immigration judges to help tackle the backload of 2 million cases, 4,300 more asylum officers, and new policies so they can resolve cases in 6 months instead of 6 years now. What are you against? 100 more high-tech drug detection machines to significantly increase the ability to screen and stop vehicles smuggling fentanyl into America. That's killing thousands of children. This bill would save lives and bring order to the border. It will also give me and any new president new emergency authority to temporarily shut down the border when the number of migrants at the border is overwhelming. The Border Patrol Union has endorsed this bill. The Federal Chamber of Commerce is, yeah. You're saying low. Look at the facts. I know you know how to read. I believe that given the opportunity for a majority in the House and Senate would endorse the bill as well, a majority right now. But unfortunately, politics has derailed this bill so far. I'm told my predecessor called members of Congress in the Senate to demand they block the bill. He feels a political win, he viewed it as would be a political win for me and a political loser for him. It's not about him, it's not about me. I'd be a winner, not really.
What? Was that MTG? Let's go!
Laken Riley, an innocent young woman who was killed by an illegal. That's right. But how many of thousands of people being killed by illegals? To her parents, I say, my heart goes out to you, having lost children myself. I understand. But look, if we change the dynamic at the border, people pay these smugglers $8,000 to get across the border because they know if they get by and let into the country, it's 6 to 8 years before they have a hearing. And it's worth taking the chance of the $8,000. But if it's only 6 months, 6
Boo
weeks.
this man.
The idea is it's highly unlikely that people will pay that money and come all that way, knowing that they'll be able to be kicked out quickly. Folks, I would respectfully suggest my Republican friends owe it to the American people, get this bill done. We need to act now. And if my predecessor is watching, instead of paying politics and pressuring members of Congress to block the bill, join me in telling the Congress to pass it. We can do it together. But that's what here's what he will not do. I will not demonize immigrants saying they are poison in the blood of our country. I will not separate families. I will not ban people because of their faith. Unlike my predecessor on my first day in office, I introduced a comprehensive bill to fix our immigration system. Take a look at it. It has all these and more. Secure the border. Provide a pathway to citizenship for dreamers, and so much more. But unlike my predecessor, I know who we are as Americans. We're the only nation in the world with a heart and soul that draws from old and new. Home to Native Americans, and ancestors have been here for thousands of years. Home to people of from every place on earth. They came freely. Some came in chains. Some came when famine struck, like my ancestral family in Ireland. Some to flee persecution, to chase dreams that are impossible anywhere but here in America. That's America. And we all come from somewhere, but we're all Americans.
He keeps coughing. This is so bad. This is so bad.
Look, folks,
these are Trump's tweets right here on Truth Social that I'm putting up.
We can fight about fixing the border, or we can fix it. I'm ready to fix it. Send me the border bill now. A transformational moment in history happened 59 years ago today in Selma, Alabama. Hundreds of foot soldiers for justice marched across the Edmund Pettus Bridge, named after the Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan, to claim their fundamental right to vote. They were beaten, they were bloody, and left for dead. Our late friend and former colleague, John Lewis, was on that march. We miss him. Joining us tonight are other marchers, both in the gallery and on the floor, including Betty Mae Fikes, known as the voice of Selma. The daughter of gospel singers and preachers, she sang songs of prayer and protest on that bloody Sunday to help shake the nation's conscience. 5 months later, the Voting Rights Act passed and was signed into law. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But 59 years later, there are forces taking us back in time. Voter suppression, election subversion, unlimited dark money, extreme gerrymandering. John Lewis, many of us here, but if you truly want to honor him and all the heroes who marched with him, then it's time to do more than talk. Pass Pass the Freedom to Vote Act, the John Lewis Voting Right Act. And stop denying another core value of America, our diversity across American life. Banning books, it's wrong. Instead of erasing history, let's make history. I want to protect fundamental rights. Pass the Equality Act. And my message to transgender Americans, I have your back. Pass the PRO Act for workers' rights. Raise the federal minimum wage. Every worker has a right to a decent living, more than $7 an hour. We're also making history by confronting the climate crisis, not denying it. I don't think any of you think there's no longer a climate crisis. At least I hope you don't. I'm taking the most significant action ever on climate in the world. I'm cutting our carbon emissions in half by 2030, creating tens of thousands of clean energy jobs, like the IBEW workers building and installing 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations. Conserving 30% of America's lands and waters by 2030. And taking action on environmental justice fence line communities smothered by the legacy of pollution. And patterned after the Peace Corps and AmeriCorps, I launched the Climate Corps to put 20,000 young people to work in the forefront of our clean energy future. I'll triple that number in a decade. To state the obvious, all Americans deserve the freedom to be safe. And America is safer today than when I took office. Year before I took office, murder rates went up 30%. 30% they went up. The biggest increase in history. It was then, through my American Rescue Plan, which every American voted against, I might add, we made the largest investment in public safety ever. Last year, the murder rate saw the sharpest decrease in history. Violent crime fell to one of its lowest levels in more than 50 years. But we have more to do. We have to help cities invest in more community police officers, more mental health workers, more community violence intervention. Give communities the tool to crack down on gun crime, retail crime, and carjacking. Keep building trust, as I've been doing by taking executive action on police reform and calling for it to be the law of the land. Directing my cabinet to review the federal classification of marijuana and expunging thousands of convictions for the mere possession, because no one should be jailed for simply using or have it on their record. Take on crimes of domestic violence. I'm ramping up the federal enforcement of the Violence Against Women Act that I proudly wrote when I was a senator, so we can finally end the scourge against women in America. There are other kinds of violence I want to stop. With us tonight is Jasmine, whose 9-year-old sister Jackie was murdered with 21 classmates and teachers in an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. Very soon after that happened, Jill and I went to Uvalde for a couple of days. We spent hours and hours with each of the families. We heard their message, so everyone in this room, in this chamber, could hear the same message. The constant refrain, and I was there for hours meeting with every family. They said, do something. Do something. Well, I did do something by establishing the first ever Office of Gun Violence Prevention in the White House, that the Vice President is leading the charge. Thank you for doing it. Meanwhile, my predecessor told the NRA he's proud he did nothing on guns when he was president. After another shooting in Iowa recently, he said, when asked what to do about it, he said, just get over it. There's his quote, just get over it. I say, stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it. I'm proud we beat the NRA when I signed the most significant gun safety law in nearly 30 years because of this Congress. We now must beat the NRA again. I'm demanding a ban on assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. Pass universal background checks. None of this. None of this. I taught the Second Amendment for 12 years. None of this violates the Second Amendment or vilifies responsible gun owners. You know, as we manage challenges at home, we're also managing crises abroad, including in the Middle East. I know the last 5 months have been gut-wrenching for so many people, for the Israeli people, for the Palestinian people, and so many here in America. This crisis began on October 7th with a massacre by a terrorist group called Hamas, as you all know. 1,200 innocent people, women and girls, men and boys, slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust, and 250 hostages taken. Here in this chamber tonight are families whose loved ones are still being held by Hamas. I pledge to all the families that we will not rest until we bring every one of your loved ones home. We also we will also work around the clock to bring home Evan and Paul, Americans being unjustly detained by the Russians and others around the world. Israel has the right to go after Hamas. Hamas ended this conflict by releasing hostages, laying down arms, could end it by releasing the hostages, laying down arms, and surrendering those responsible for October 7th. But Israel has Israel has an added burden because Hamas hides and operates among the civilian population like cowards, under hospitals, daycare centers, and all the like. Israel also has a fundamental responsibility, though, to protect innocent civilians in Gaza. This war has taken a greater toll on innocent civilians than all previous wars in Gaza combined. More than 30,000 Palestinians have been killed, most of whom are not Hamas. Thousands and thousands of innocent women and children, girls and boys, also orphaned. Nearly 2 million more Palestinians under bombardment or displacement. Homes destroyed, neighborhoods in rubble, cities in ruin. Families without food, water, medicine. It's heartbreaking. I've been working nonstop to establish an immediate ceasefire that would last for 6 weeks to get all the prisoners released, all the hostages released, to get the hostages home and ease the intolerable and humanitarian crisis and build toward an enduring, something more enduring. The United States has been leading international efforts to get more humanitarian assistance to Gaza. Tonight, I'm directing the U.S. military to lead an emergency mission to establish a temporary pier in the Mediterranean on the coast of Gaza that can receive large shipments carrying food, water, medicine, and temporary shelters. No U.S. boots will be on the ground. A temporary pier will enable a massive increase in the amount of humanitarian assistance getting into Gaza every day.
More war, more war.
And Israel must do its part. Israel must allow more aid into Gaza to ensure humanitarian workers aren't caught in the crossfire.
Let's clap for more war. Let's clap to get World War III just moving along.
In northern Gaza.
Fucking pieces of shit.
Of Israel, I say this. Humanitarian assistance cannot be a secondary consideration or a bargaining chip. Protecting and saving innocent lives has to be a priority. As we look to the future, the only real solution to the situation is a two-state solution over time. And I say this as a lifelong supporter of Israel. My entire career, no one has a stronger record with Israel than I do. I challenge any of you here. I'm the only American president of Israel in wartime. But there is no other path that guarantees Israel's security and democracy. There is no other path that guarantees Palestinians can live in peace with peace and dignity. And there's no other path that guarantees peace between Israel and all of its neighbors, including Saudi Arabia, with whom I'm talking. Creating stability in the Middle East also means containing the threat posed by Iran. That's why I built a coalition of more than a dozen countries to defend international shipping and freedom of navigation in the Red Sea. I've ordered strikes to degrade the Houthi capability and defend U.S. forces in the region. As Commander-in-Chief, I will not hesitate to direct further measures to protect our people and our military personnel. For years, I've heard many of my Republican and Democratic friends say that China is on the rise and America is falling behind. They've got it backwards. I've been saying it for over 4 years, even when I wasn't president. America's rising. We have the best economy in the world. And since I've come to office, our GDP is up, our trade deficit with China is down to the lowest point in over a decade. And we're standing up against China's unfair economic practices. We're standing up for peace and stability across the Taiwan Straits. I've revitalized our partnership and alliance in the Pacific. India, Australia, Japan, South Korea, Pacific Islands. I've made sure that the most advanced American technologies can't be used in China, not allowing to trade them there. Frankly, for all this tough talk on China, it never occurred to my predecessor to do any of that. I want competition with China, not conflict. And we're in a stronger position to win the conflict of the 21st century against China than anyone else, for that matter, than any time as well. Here at home, I've signed over 400 bipartisan bills, but there's more to pass my unity agenda. Strengthen penalties on fentanyl trafficking. You don't want to do that, huh? Pass bipartisan privacy legislation to protect our children online. Harness the promise of AI to protect us from peril. Ban AI voice impersonations and more. And keep our truly sacred obligation to train and equip those we send into harm's way and care for them and their families when they come home and when they don't. That's why the song Support and Help of Dennis and the VA, I signed the PACT Act. One of the most significant laws ever, helping millions of veterans exposed to toxins who now are battling more than 100 different cancers. Many of them don't come home, but we owe them and their families support. We owe it to ourselves to keep supporting our new health research agency called ARPA-H. And remind us that we can do big things, like end cancer as we know it, and we will. Let me close with this. Yay. I know you don't want to hear any more, Lindsay, but I got to say a few more things. I know it may not look like it, but I've been around a while. When you get to be my age, certain things become clearer than ever. I know the American story. Again and again, I've seen the contest between competing forces in the battle for the soul of our nation. Between those who want to pull America back to the past and those who want to move America into the future. My lifetime has taught me to embrace freedom and democracy, a future based on core values that have defined America: honesty, decency, dignity, equality, to respect everyone, to give everyone a fair shot, to give hate no safe harbor. Now, other people my age see it differently. The American story of resentment, revenge, and retribution, that's not me. I was born amid World War II, when America stood for the freedom of the world. I grew up in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, among working-class people who built this country. I watched in horror as two of my heroes, like many of you did, Dr. King and Bobby Kennedy, were assassinated. And their legacies inspired me to pursue a career in service.
A what?
I left the law firm and became a public defender because my city of Wilmington was the only city in America occupied by the National Guard after Dr. King was assassinated because of the riots. And I became a county councilman almost by accident. I got elected to the United States Senate when I had no intention of running at age 29. Then vice president of our first black president. Now president to the first women vice president. In my career, I've been told I was too young. By the way, they're going to let me on the Senate elevators for votes sometimes. They're not a joke. And I've been told I'm too old. Whether young or old, I've always known what endures. I've known our North Star. The very idea of America is that we're all created equal and deserves to be treated equally throughout our lives. We've never fully lived up to that idea, but we've never walked away from it either. And I won't walk away from it now. I'm optimistic. I really am. I'm optimistic, Nancy. My fellow Americans, the issue facing our nation isn't how old we are, it's how old are our ideas. Hate, anger, revenge, retribution are the oldest of ideas. But you can't lead America with ancient ideas that only take us back. You lead America, the land of possibilities. You need a vision for the future and what can and should be done. Tonight you've heard mine. I see a future where defending democracy, you don't diminish it. I see a future where we restore the right to choose and protect our freedoms, not take them away. I see a future where the middle class finally has a fair shot and the wealthy have to pay their fair share in taxes. I see a future where we save the planet from the climate crisis and our country from gun violence. Above all, I see a future for all Americans. I see a country for all Americans. And I will always be president for all Americans because I believe in America. I believe in you, the American people. You're the reason we've never been more optimistic about our future than I am now. So let's build the future together. Let's remember who we are. We are the United States of America. And there is nothing beyond our capacity when we act together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay. I don't know how many times you've watched the State of the Union address. That was a horrible State of the Union address. And we're going to talk about it from a perspective of a person in the middle, because obviously Democrats are going to pretend that they loved it. Obviously Republicans hate it. If you're in the middle and you're just watching that, there was no good optics about this. There were no good optics Everything was bad about this. He's angry. He's coughing. He's lying. He looks confused. Nothing about that was optimistic. There was nothing that was inspiring about that. Even the Democrats didn't have that next level enthusiasm. Let's watch as he fumbles and stumbles out of here. Yeah, the enthusiasm was just like, you could even tell the Democrats are not enthusiastic. They are not. It's so forced. Like, go back and watch Trump's State of the Union. And if I'm not mistaken, because obviously I was multitasking a lot and I was trying to catch up with a lot, but correct me if I'm wrong. There was not one time tonight where Mike Johnson stood up and clapped. Am I correct about that? I know I didn't see it, but I could have missed it. So was there at any point did he get a standing ovation from all sides, including Mike Johnson? I don't think Mike Johnson stood up one time. I don't think. Let's see. Some people are saying one time. Some people are saying no, he didn't. I don't think I saw him do it once, but if he did, that's fine. Few people are saying one time. And I see a couple people saying twice, but I didn't see him stand for anything. The reason that there was little of that, and there usually is only a few moments where that happens, Biden didn't give any time for his haymakers that were going to get, like, bipartisan support. He didn't give it enough time because he was too busy rushing through it, because he couldn't read the room, because he didn't know where he was. Oh, he stood for Israel. Is that what it was? Okay. This was a bad State of the Union for Biden. Anger, taking shots at Trump, coughing. And again, so I'm talking about it from a perspective of people in the middle, okay? That's the perspective I'm trying to take. It went as perfect as I could hope for. It wasn't like, again, he didn't fall down. He didn't drop the N-word. So it's like, okay, he didn't do something where the Democrats are going to go, we can't run this guy in November. All right. So whatever drugs they put him on worked, and they kept him afloat from that perspective. But man, this was not good. This was not good at all. It was painful. It was cringe and frustrating. But at the same time, we all know how many lies he spread. Now, I did get the True Social feed up there. True Social finally got back up and running. Marjorie Taylor Greene stole the night. She was fantastic. Also, I know this is completely unrelated, but the creator of Dragon Ball has apparently passed away, and that happened during the State of the Union. So Krista Nova actually told me about that. She's a big Dragon Ball fan. So the creator of Dragon Ball apparently passed away. It's all over social media right now for anime fans. Krista, are you here? I don't know if you're...
I'm here. Yeah, I'm in shock. I'm incredibly sad. He didn't pass away today, from my understanding. I think it was March 1st, but we just got word of it today. Really sad.
Okay, so he passed away March 1st, and you said he was working on a manga, right?
He was in the middle of one, yeah. I mean, it's just he had a lot of, things to put out there, and he wasn't done with his work. It's just so incredibly shocking and sad, and he was a legend. He was a legend.
Yeah.
And I hope he rests in peace. I pray for his family. This is shocking news right now. I'm sorry, this has nothing to do with politics.
No, it's okay. The chat's in very much shock. So Krista just informed us. So it didn't happen today. It was announced today, but it happened on March 1st. So there you go. So R.I.P. So that is going on. I'm gonna try to see what's going on in the world of. Is my chat frozen? You guys have been crazy tonight. I really appreciate it. I apologize if I haven't gotten to some of the super chats and gifted memberships. Right now, I'm trying to catch up on a lot of this stuff. But, dude, he threatened the Supreme Court. He threatened the Supreme Court. That was one of the most awkward moments I have ever seen. It really was wild. So is Tucker Carlson live now? I don't know if Tucker Carlson's live or what he's doing here. Is Tucker live? So he's going to go live. Looks like Tucker's going to go live, and I guess we can watch it if it's going to be live on Twitter. I am a member of Tucker Carlson's website, but I don't think I would stream anything live. If it was like directly for his memberships, I don't think that would be a good thing to do. So I wouldn't do that. So is it? Oh, here we go.
Tucker Carlson Network live. Well, that was quite an experience watching that. You know, you think of Joe Biden as a doddering old man, a guy who can't remember when his son died or when he served as vice president. And of course, that's exactly who he is, and it's on display every day. But Joe Biden is also a cruel and vicious demagogue, a man who has no problem at all denouncing his fellow Americans or putting his political opponents in prison as he has done. And that was all on display tonight. That was possibly the darkest, most un-American speech ever given by an American president.
Yes.
In fact, it wasn't a speech. It was a rant, entirely lacking in decency or generosity to his fellow Americans.
Just what I said.
In Joe Biden's very first sentence, he compared Donald Trump to Adolf Hitler. He did not describe Trump as the other party's candidate, which he is, a political opponent in a country that's had peaceful elections for 250 years. No. According to Joe Biden, Donald Trump is Adolf Hitler. He is an existential threat to freedom and democracy. If he wins, you will die, and so will your country. That was the first sentence. But that was really the last time he mentioned the United States at all for paragraphs and paragraphs. Biden quickly explained that actually his top priority has nothing to do with America. His top priority is sending billions more to Ukraine.
Yes.
A foreign war in Eastern Europe, a war across the world that has nothing to do with the United States, that the United States is not obligated by any treaty to join. Of course, Ukraine is not a member of NATO. A war that can only hurt this country and already has hurt it in grave and permanent ways. The invasion of Ukraine is the most important thing to Joe Biden.
Yes.
Not ending the invasion of our own country by drug cartels, which control huge swaths of the southern United States at this point. Not our degrading economy you experience every day. Not our collapsing schools where kids can't read at all. Not the 100,000 fentanyl deaths every year. Not the declining life expectancy that is obvious if you look around. Collapsing public health. An epidemic of suicide and murder. Things that hurt Americans. Ghost armies of drug addicts living on the streets. Right outside the chamber where the speech was given tonight. None of that matters. Biden's top priority is aid for Ukraine. It was deranged. You watch this, you thought, this is insane. Does anyone in the room think it's insane? They must. Here's how the Republican Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson of Louisiana, newly elected, the man who leads Republicans, in fact, the top elected Republican in the United States of America. Here's how he responded as Joe Biden told the country that the invasion of Ukraine is his top priority. Watch this.
Overseas, Putin of Russia is on the march, invading Ukraine and sowing chaos throughout Europe and beyond. If anybody in this room thinks Putin will stop at Ukraine, I assure you he will not. But Ukraine can stop Putin. Ukraine can stop Putin if we stand with Ukraine and provide the weapons that needs to defend itself. My message to President Putin, who I've known for a long time, is simple. We will not walk away. We will not bow down. I will not bow down.
Everything is about everyone else. Has nothing to do with the
There's no
U.S.
explanation of what the goal is here. There's lie after lie. Ukraine can stop Russia. No, it can't. This has gone on for over 2 years. NATO is stronger than ever. No, it's not. NATO is on its way to collapse, as is the economy of Western Europe. For not one sentence did Joe Biden explain what the goal of this exercise is, when we'll know we've won, and what the future should look like. Again, it was crazy talk. And yet, Mike Johnson, the Republican Speaker of the House, nodded gravely. Oh, of course, he is completely on board with Joe Biden on this Biden's signature issue. And that's not a guess. As of this afternoon, Mike Johnson is secretly supporting Biden's agenda, sending another $60 billion to the oligarchs in Ukraine.
Damn, Tucker, blasting
Johnson plans to let Democrats onto the floor of the House to vote for this. This is a stealthy procedural move designed to shield him and other Republicans from criticism. Oh, the Democrats did it. But that's exactly what it is. He's the Speaker of the House. He could stop it, but he won't, because he's on board. So why is he on board? Is Mike Johnson representing his own voters as he backs Joe Biden's signature agenda item, a war against Russia? No, he's not. Republican voters in Louisiana are not for this. Republican voters nationally are not for this. They hate this. It has nothing to do with them. And it's insulting. As their country is invaded, we send billions to prevent the invasion of another country that we have nothing to do with? But the Uniparty demands this, so Mike Johnson is doing it. And so at some point you ask, well, why are they demanding this, actually? Why is war with Russia the most important thing? If you look at the numbers or a map, it wouldn't be obvious that Russia would be America's main enemy. There are other candidates. Could it be because Russia is the largest white Christian country in the world? Maybe. Could it be because they're getting rich from war? Well, that's certainly true. And there may be other reasons as well. We could guess. But we don't need to, because we know that it's happening, and we know that war against Russia is not the only war we're going to be engaged in, and not the only one that Biden announced tonight. Biden also told the country that we're going to have boots on the ground in Gaza. Really? Or admitted it, in fact. American forces have actually been there for months.
More war.
Did you
and they
know
all
that?
clapped.
Did anyone ask you? Has anyone explained to you, no matter where your sympathies lie, what the point of this is, when we'll know we've won? What's the objective here? American lives will be at risk. But, of course, no one's told you. And, of course, you already know the point. The point is to suck the United States into another foreign war that can't possibly help the United States, a war that can only hurt us and already is hurting us. And we're doing this not because it helps us, but because foreign interests are demanding that we do it. America is being used, as we so often have been. And the result of all of this is that the world is now closer to nuclear war at this moment than at any time in history, closer than it was during the Cuban Missile Crisis. We have no idea where this is going. You never do once people start to die, once wars begin. No PowerPoint can tell you, no speech to a joint session can tell you where this is going. It's dynamic. It's completely unpredictable. And that's why wise people pause before accelerating. But there are no wise people in charge in either party, on either side. Do you think Tony Blinken, the Secretary of State, has any clue what will happen in a war with Russia? Of course not. You can't say where this is going. This is so reckless that it qualifies as suicidal. And maybe they are. But the rest of us aren't. But the most interesting fact of the speech was the emphasis. There was not a meaningful word for the entire duration about the things that actually matter to people who live here, like crime or inflation or fentanyl or the foreign army now occupying our country.
Exactly.
Joe Biden doesn't care. There was no upside for you in any of the things that he said. But he does have a present for you. He's got something to give you, something you want very badly. Here it is.
Look, it's a decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. The Supreme Court majority wrote the following. And with all due respect, justices, women are not without electoral power.
This was so bad.
Electoral or political power. You're about to realize just how much you're right about that.
Oh, this was so bad.
Clearly. Those bragging about overturning Roe v. Wade have no clue about the power of women. But they found out when reproductive freedom was on the ballot. We won in 2022 and 2020, and we'll win again in 2024.
Oh, well, you can't have a safe, clean country or groceries you can afford or schools that will educate your children. But you can't have abortion. You can have a lot more abortion. How's about some more abortion for you? That'll make you happy and free. You can have all the abortions you want. But of course, you already could have all the abortions you want. Abortion is one thing, maybe the one thing that's pretty easy to get in this country.
Tucker has 1 million people watching him just on Twitter, by the way.
New roof or a knee replacement.
On Twitter.
No. Abortion is everywhere. It's very easy to get. And it's easy to get because the government wants it to be, of course,
yes.
Unlike an affordable new roof.
Yes.
But what's interesting is why, of all the services government could guarantee, why abortion at a time when fertility rates of actual Americans are below replacement? Biden and his party are encouraging Americans to have fewer children. Now, if you have a handheld calculator, do the math on that. That's the path to extinction. Why would they want that? You're the leader of a country. Why would you want your people to have fewer children? You should ponder that. But let's say you're too old to have an abortion. Let's say it doesn't actually apply to you, this wonderful freedom that will make you happy. What can you do to guarantee that you will have no descendants? Well, you can always castrate your children and end your lineage. No more grandchildren. And Joe Biden wants to help.
I want to protect fundamental rights. Pass the Equality Act. And my message to transgender Americans, I have your back.
Oh, trans children, I have your back. That's not creepy. But that's what he's offering. Abortion, war, castration of children, not better roads and schools, cheaper electricity and food. No, abortion and war. Who wants all that? I mean, some tiny percentage of CNN contributors think those are the most important things. But
this
most people would rather have cheaper electricity.
This is the most important election
better
ever.
Roads. And so what this means is that underneath all of the talk is a dire political reality. Joe Biden can't win. In a fair election, Joe Biden will lose in November.
Yes.
He cannot win. That's the thing that nobody in any media wants to say out loud. In a fair election, Joe Biden cannot win. So they're saying the opposite. Here, for example, is the pregame analysis over at MSNBC, which we watched while waiting for Biden to dodder up to the stage, waiting for the amphetamines to take effect. And keep in mind, as you watch this analysis, these are supposedly the smart kids. These are the smart kids, the ones with complicated glasses. These are the ones the White House looks to for guidance. And here's their analysis of Joe Biden's skills. Watch this.
This seems like a weirdly, like a counterintuitive hot take, even though it's the most obvious thing you could say, which is that Joe Biden is good at politics.
Yes, he is. Yeah.
Like, Joe Biden is good at politics. He's very good at politics. Like, the man really does know what he's doing, and you really see it in those sort of situations.
Joe Biden is just really good at politics. It's the one thing he's really good at. Really? If Joe Biden is so good at politics, why is he losing to Donald Trump, who the rest of us were assured was a retarded racist, who no normal person would vote for? But now Joe Biden is getting stomped by Donald Trump, but he's also at the same time good at politics? Right. Chris Hayes, ladies and gentlemen, the most famous lesbian in television. So, again, they can't win, but they're not giving up. So what does that tell you? Well, they're going to steal the election.
In front of 1
And we know they're
million
going to steal the
people.
election because they're now saying so out loud. Here is the Attorney General of the United States, the chief law enforcement officer of this country in Selma, Alabama, just the other day. Listen to this.
The right to vote is still under attack. And that is why the Justice Department is fighting back. That is why one of the first things I did when I came into office was to double the size of the voting section of the Civil Rights Division. That is why we are challenging efforts by states and jurisdictions to implement discriminatory, burdensome, and unnecessary restrictions on access to the ballot, including those related to mail-in voting, the use of drop boxes, and voter ID requirements. That is why we are working to block the adoption of discriminatory redistricting plans that dilute the vote of black voters and other voters of color.
Did you catch that? Of course, you're a racist. That's always the takeaway. But consider the details of what the Attorney General of the United States just said. Mail-in balloting, drop boxes, voter ID requirements.
I can't legalize adulthood.
Chief
This is
law
live.
enforcement officer of the United States government is telling you that it's immoral, in fact racist, in fact illegal, to ask people for their IDs when they vote to verify they are who they say they are. What is that? Well, no one ever talks about this, but the justification for it is that somehow people of color, black people, don't have state-issued IDs. Somehow they're living in a country where you can do virtually nothing without proving your identity with a government-issued ID without government-issued IDs. So they can't fly on planes, they can't have checking accounts, they can't have any interaction with the government, state, local, or federal. They can't stay in hotels. They can't have credit cards. Because someone without a state-issued ID can't do any of those things. But what's so interesting is these same people, very much including the Attorney General and the administration he serves, is working to eliminate cash, to make this a cashless society. Have you been to a stadium event recently? No cash accepted. You have to have a credit card. And in order to get a credit card, you need a state-issued ID. And somehow that's not racist, but it is racist to ask people to prove their identity when they choose the next president of the United States.
And the question
So that doesn't
is,
make any
who's dumb
sense
enough
at all.
to believe this shit?
That's a lie. It's an easily
Who is
provable
dumb enough to
lie.
believe this shit?
And anyone telling that lie is advocating for mass voter fraud, which the Attorney General is. There's no other way to read it. So you should know that. You live in a country where the Attorney General is abetting, in fact, calling for voter fraud. And that's the only chance they have to get their guy reelected. Well, for a cooler, more measured take, we suspect, on what we just saw, we are grateful to go to Victor Davis Hanson, who's a senior fellow at the Hoover Institute.
So I saw earlier, and this is what pisses me off, is that Jeremy Boring from the Daily Wire, I saw him tweeting out because I guess somebody was like tagging the Daily Wire, people claiming they were crying about DeSantis or something. And then Jeremy Boring's like, well, I even said today that I wish Trump wasn't the nominee and that Ron DeSantis would make a better president. Fucking assholes like that are just as big of a fucking problem as the people on the left. These people that want to pretend to be conservatives or pretend to be Republicans, and you're still crying about Ron DeSantis. Shut the fuck up about Ron DeSantis.
Laken Riley, an innocent young woman who was killed by
Laken
an illegal.
Riley.
That's right. But how many of the thousands of people being killed by illegals? To her parents, I say, my heart goes out to you, having lost children myself. I understand.
He said Lincoln
So
Riley,
what did you
like
make
the
of that?
football coach.
What does that mean, do you think?
Well, I've never seen in general an angrier speech. I mean,
Yes,
I think the
anger.
left's happy because he didn't
The
stumble,
anger
but
was
he only
bad.
was incoherent when he's full of venom and he's angry. Get off
Yes.
my... This was Phantom of the Opera #2, and I've never seen a president interact and yell at the opposition. And you know, Tucker, he attacked the
awful.
Supreme Court, and he was having a dialogue, an invective against the Supreme Court justices in the chamber. And so he's a very angry guy, and you were absolutely right, he's a demagogue. And then it was lie under lie. I couldn't believe when he talked about the deficit and the debt. He's on schedule, if he were to be reelected, to run up $15 trillion. We're borrowing, I should say, or printing $1 trillion every 100 days under him. We've never seen anything like it, $7 trillion. And yet he says he's lowered the debt or deficit. Same thing about the border. I mean, I know that Mitch McConnell made a fatal blunder by even negotiating with these guys, and that was the whole purpose of the Democratic negotiation, was this speech where they could say, well, they didn't sign on, but there's no need for laws, there's no need for more money. All Joe Biden had to do was just keep the policies in place. He had 100 executive orders to overturn everything. He let in almost 10 million people by design. He wanted to change the demographic. He wanted voters under, mail-in and early voting protocols. And yet to stand there and just say that he's for the border closing was just a complete lie. I think it got people, I don't think it's going to go over. I think it was a mean old man saying, get off my grass, and I'm going to give you free stuff and print more money and then tell you.
I want to show it. So this is the tweet that I'm talking about with Jeremy Boring right here. Watching the Daily Wire, work overtime to defend Trump. And this is just like, who is this? This is a person with 1,700 followers. Jeremy Boring responds and says, I literally just said I wish Trump wasn't our nominee and that we missed a once-in-a-generation opportunity with DeSantis. But reality is reality. I'm not sure what you want me to do. What? It's so fucking annoying to hear these clowns talk. It's like somebody going, yeah, Michael Jordan didn't he didn't make it as an NBA player, but he was a once in a lifetime talent. He just wasn't good enough to fucking make it. The reason that Michael Jordan made it is because he was the fucking greatest to ever do it. If Ron DeSantis is this once-in-a-lifetime candidate, he would have ran a better fucking campaign. He would have done a better job, and he wouldn't have got absolutely annihilated. These fucking clowns live in a different planet, and they're going to keep crying about Ron DeSantis until the end of fucking time, and I'm sick.
The Republicans
and
are
tired
responsible
of them.
for the spending and the border, et cetera, et cetera. Why do they do that? Does that work? If you repeat a lie often enough, does it become real? Like, what's the thinking there, do you think?
I think they think that lying on the border and lying on the budget and lying about abortion and lying about all these things will be resonated because they have confidence in the media. They feel they control social media, traditional media, new media, entertainment, and this will just reverberate and as what you see every night on network news or MSNBC. But I don't think it's going to work because people have heard it before and they look at the reality that the staples that make life possible, fuel and food and shelter, have gone up 30%, and he doesn't care. And when they look at the border, it's 8 to 10 million people who are swarming into the United States, and he doesn't care. And when you look at abroad, you know, he kept talking about Ukraine, Ukraine, Ukraine. You want to think, okay, there's been 4 administrations. When did Putin go in? He didn't go in during Donald Trump, but he went in during Bush, and he went in Obama, and he went in yours. And you talk really tough on Ukraine, but you were the one that fled in disgrace from Afghanistan. You told the country you wouldn't react if it was a minor invasion of Ukraine. You talk about giving them aid. He froze $100 million. And there was no Middle East war when Donald Trump was there. So the world fell apart when he came on the scene. He knows that. I think they're going to be desperate. I think you're absolutely right about what the contours of the next election are going to be. It's going to be Donald Trump is January 6th, beat that dead horse. It's going to be abortion. It's going to be Donald Trump lawfare. And then it's going to be confidence in 70% of the electorate not voting in person on election day. And that's all they have. Every single issue, people are sick of him. And but I do have some confidence. I'm a little bit more optimistic when you look at that face and you see that reptilian grin and an anger, and he screams for emphasis. He doesn't change his intonation or use his hands or try to smile. It's just very angry and full of venom, as if all of the veneer of self-control of an earlier Joe Biden is gone now, and it's the real Joe Biden coming out. We've seen it before, and it's kind of frightening. I've never seen an angrier speech, State of the Union, than that. Never.
I don't think there's ever been one.
There hasn't. That was awful.
Last question: If you were going to guess what happens as this unfolds, because there's no better big picture assessor than you, is Biden going to make it to November? Is there any chance he wins? I mean, what would you guess if you had to in March? Now, what happens?
I think I think tonight is what we saw with the first debate with Donald Trump. I think he was late tonight. I think they just have a 2-day week. They rest him, and then for these iconic occasions, he looks angry, and they consider that normal. But campaigning, he's not going to be able to campaign. And I think that what we saw after the Robert Hur report, that crazy press conference, is going to be often, and I think they're going to intercede in the August convention and make the super delegates decisive, or open all the delegates up. and see if they can get him off the ticket. Maybe tonight they don't think that, but they'll have a different view next week, the week after, and the week after. Especially, I don't think this is going to help his polls.
His poll numbers are going to tank after tonight. This is going to be a bad. This was a bad.
The whole tempo
night for Joe Biden.
But I'm very worried that if Trump has to campaign in 50 states, and whether we like it or not, he's going to have to unite the party, and I think he can. But they don't have any margin of error. He's going to have to be the first Republican president to get 51% of the vote since 1988, and they've lost 7 out of the last 8 popular presidential popular votes. So, and they don't have a good record, the Orthodox Republican establishment. So Trump's going to have to reach to every community. He's going to have to campaign, and it's going to have to bring people together. And he has no margin of error because they control the balloting in these swing states. And so it's going to be the most raucous, nastiest, loudest election in our lifetime, and I'm really worried about it. But I have confidence in the American people, and I think what they saw tonight was an old man raging and ranting and barking at the moon.
There's been I would say, an unprecedented crackdown on civil liberties during the Biden administration. If Trump loses, does that abate or does it accelerate? Do more people go to jail if Biden wins or loses?
Well, if Biden wins, I think we're in trouble because we've seen what Merrick Garland did when they were afraid of being, whether they would be reelected or not. If he's reelected and he has 4 years, there's no bridles. And if he should win, he'd probably win the House. If Donald Trump wins, the thing about Donald Trump is everybody says he's out for revenge and everything, but you look at the FBI, the CIA, the DOJ, the IRS under his control, they weren't vindictive. They didn't go after their political enemies.
No.
He may talk tough, but he's not a vindictive person. And I think he has moments after the Iowa primary and when he talks about getting even by being successful, that he's got it in him to unite the country. Biden doesn't. And I think Trump could. And I hope that he campaigns in the inner city. I hope he campaigns in places like where I live in the Central Valley. There's people that want a reason to vote for him. They're sick of Biden. And they feel that he did a good job, and all he has to do is appeal to that. And I hope he does.
I hope so too. Victor Davis Hanson, thank you so much for that. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
It's nice to see you. So we are honored to invite into the studio for the first time to respond live, Alex Jones, who has a different.
I saw you guys telling me he was be there.
The great Alex Jones, who needs no introduction.
Let's
go.
I can do as good as you, but I'm blessed to be here. Great crew, great people, great to be here with you.
So what? I mean, just give me your big picture assessment of that.
Go.
I gotta say, because we didn't even meet before we went on air. I was downstairs writing notes, and you basically said everything I was going to say, and so did the doctor. But you asked him a question out of the gates. You said, "Why do they lie so much? Do they think we're dumb, or what's going on?"
Yeah,
they want to tell so many lies that you don't have time to counter them all. Because it would take 5 hours to counter all that. I mean,
I gave up in my note taking.
Yeah, everything was a lie. And I mean, the biggest one was like, yeah, this woman got killed by an illegal alien. We're trying to stop that. I want to shut down the border. He said, when I win, immediately surge the border. And then they had the big NGOs, the State Department that funds the UN NGOs, have all the illegals come up here. They have UN camps in South America and Central America and in Mexico. And he's running it all. He says, come here. They show up by the thousands in Biden shirts. So he's like, I'm so sad the illegal aliens are killing you, and many of them are convicted felons, a large portion, and then he's acting dumb and saying, oh, no, I'm really sad illegal aliens are raping and murdering citizens. So just that little window there, he's playing the good cop to his own globalist policies. Everything that the State Department, the Victoria Nuland's want, and you're absolutely right. First he comes out and says Trump is Hitler, and then he moves on to Ukraine. So it's not about the dying cities, it's not about the fentanyl and the needles and the illegal aliens everywhere and the homeless everywhere. It's all about Ukraine because that's their big model to distract us and also launder money. So this is a very, very dangerous moment for America. And your last guest was dead on. He and the whole establishment is so emblematic of a rotting, collapsing facade that knows the people have turned against it and is just pure rage. All the fakeness, all of the pop and serpent stance has been stripped away, and now there's just this seething, ancient dinosaur. In fact, I was watching, earlier during the State of the Union, and then sitting here watching you earlier, I was thinking, how do I start this? I want to say it's like we're in a time machine, looking back on the age of the dinosaurs, the Paleolithic or something, or something. I mean, we're looking back because time is compressed now. So we're here looking at a dying, corrupt, dead political empire that hates America and is trying to use our power to take over the world. And it's already gone. The world's turning against it. The Great Awakening's here. All the numbers show it. And they're trying to hang on. And so we're looking back at Jurassic Park. We're looking back at the dinosaurs. But instead, the dinosaurs are trying to claw us back into hell. I mean, take World War II. Operation Valkyrie was the German general staff, who were Nazis and bad guys, but they were like, we're going to lose the Russians. We're going to lose the Americans. We're going to lose the Allies. A year and a half before the war ended, let's kill Hitler. But they failed. It's the same thing. The globalist program has failed, but they're thinking, well, if we just enslave people and arrest people and do all this, they'll shut up and go away. The New World Order has already failed. The question is, when Hitler knew who was going to lose, he wrote and said, if the Germans failed on the Eastern Front with the Russians, all the Germans deserve to die. They failed and they're weak. And so he flooded the German subways. He let the whole Russian army come in. 25 million Germans died. 26 million Russians died. Most of World War II was the Russians, the Nazis killing each other. And so it's kind of that same thing. The left saying, if we're going down, we're taking you all with us. And we have Klaus Schwab saying, you will eat bugs. We have Tyson Foods saying, we're moving in with crickets as the main batter for your chicken and everything else. I mean, they're really, Yuval Noah Harari was on late night comedy just last night. And he's like, yeah, the age of humans is over. And then the talk show host agreed, yeah, we need computers to decide everything, programmed by the globalists. So all they're offering is more of the same, and if we just fully reject them, which is happening, they will fall away. But they're trying to claw us down to hell with them.
It does almost seem like, I mean, flirting with nuclear war, which they are doing on multiple fronts with no plan whatsoever at all. We're going to finish the job. They never explained what the job was. That's suicidal. I mean, it's not right. It's not going to help them.
It's psychotic.
It is psychotic. So it does feel like the leaders of the society are trying to destroy the society.
And again, I go back to Hitler, who in his own writings, this is not, in my opinion, he's like, the Germans deserve to die, so we're just going to stand here at Berlin. And they're like, sir, the Russians have entered the subways, flood it. And they go, sir, we've got 1 million Germans, families, children in the subways. He said, they deserve to die. So the left is not giving up because they're disconnected from reality. Unlike German soldiers who were fighting for an evil force, but they were at least fighting, the left live in high-rise apartments. They're disconnected from reality. And to them, it's all like a video game. And they don't realize, as you were just saying, Macron 3 weeks ago, yeah, we're going to have a national draft. We may have to send troops in to fight the Russians directly. The British Ministry of Defense, the Swedish Ministry of Defense, NATO officially. Yeah. And you've got Sean Penn saying, we shouldn't have nuclear war off the table. It's survivable. What does he know about nuclear war? And so you can see it. It is a...
Sean Penn said nuclear war is survivable?
If you look it up, he's like, the quote's basically, a lot of people say we shouldn't use nuclear weapons in Ukraine or against the Russians. Well, we shouldn't take that off the table. And so that's the mindset of these people. To them, it's like a video game. And they know they're losing their power. They have this relish of control. Hollywood's collapsed. Mainstream media's collapsed. I mean, CNN's top show, 100,000 viewers. I was down there in your studio entrance watching this during before we went live, and I was writing notes, and I was like, I haven't watched this in years. And again, I was like studying. I was like an anthropologist, like studying some ancient tribe that died. And watching them all, well, he's old, but he's really smart, and he's great. And they would all like these talking points, regurgitating them. And I was like, but I get it. Because unlike an ancient tribe that died 10,000 years ago, they're still in control of nuclear weapons, so we need to study them.
So nicely put. If the hallmark of evil is deception, I think we can say that we're looking at evil. I mean, if the basis of your entire program is a lie, it's not just spinning it a little bit, it's a lie. It's the inversion of the truth.
And they know it's a lie.
Then, I mean, isn't that evil? What's the other definition?
Well, that's really it. We have to realize evil is lying. Like in your own life. As I get older, I lied when I was a kid. I lied some when I was an adult. As I get older, lies have consequences. My whole life is now about not ever telling them.
Yes.
Like catching myself, being honest. My wife's like, you look at that girl? Yeah, I am. Sorry. Instead of like, oh, no, I'm not. Because your mind gets trained to be accurate when you stop lying.
Yes.
Instead, when you lie, it's a disease. And then it takes you over. And these people are literally cancer. And they can find all this fodder and all these mercenaries that'll read their talking points. But as negative as it is, Tucker, you know this, 3-4% have taken the new booster shots, and when they rolled the first shot, it was like 70%. People are rejecting it. But there's the converse of that. The dying establishment, like when a woman tries to leave a man that's beating her, they're going to try to break our jaw in the parking lot. We're trying to get in the car. They're trying to keep us from escaping. And so we're at that point. We're trying to get the station wagon with the kids. We're trying to pile them in. And, the drunk mean, is right there punching us in the face. But at the end, we're getting out of Dodge. We're leaving Egypt. We're going on to the promised land here. And it's going to take, that archetype of the promised land. It's going to take 40 years or whatever out in the wilderness, but at least we're not going to be slaves anymore. So we're in that process of emancipation right now. They're pissed. They're freaking out because they want control. Any fulfilled person is out fishing or hunting or hanging with family like you and I are. There's a beautiful sunset. We're having a great dinner, playing with our dogs, our cats, our kids. These people are not fulfilled. They don't have that.
Look
you
at
study
Tucker.
globalists.
He's just watching him. He's like,
you
he's
look at
fascinated.
Soros or Alexander Soros. I mean, they have nothing. So they're projecting their hatred just like a Hitler or a Stalin or a Lenin on us. We've got to realize they are mentally ill, they are sick, they are cancer, they're malfunctioning. We don't hate them. We just politically cut them out and separate them from the rest of society. And we're at that point right now of the surgery. America and the world's going under the knife, and let's hope and pray that it's successful surgery. Because if it's not, World War III.
It's just amazing that they tried to cancel you. And what you just said, even if people don't agree with it ever, it's so much more interesting and smart than anything ever uttered on CNN or MSNBC. And I worked at those channels, so I know for a fact. So I just think
well, they just want to be called out. You know that. You know better than I do. We're just real people. There's no teleprompters. Other than like I have a few notes, you have a few notes of stuff you wrote yourself.
Andy, those are my notes.
No, but it's different when you. It's different when you write the teleprompter. Just like I have in my office, I have a teleprompter sometimes too. When I have time, I'll write what I want to say, my talking points. But it's your words. It's my words. Yeah. But it's CNN and Fox News and other places. They're loading it for you. The difference is we write our own notes here.
So what's the experience, not to get sidetracked, but it was so interesting what you said about your commitment to just telling the truth in your personal life and your professional life. What's the effect on you once you decide I'm going to really try not to lie at all ever?
Your brain is all our brains are a powerful electrochemical computer. And so so it's like AI. When they corrupt AI and give it some woke agenda, it doesn't work right. It messes up. You see the Gemini thing with Google, and then it messes the whole thing up. They wanted a little bit of erase the white people, not totally erase them. So it backfired. Now Google's down 70 billion in market cap, huge scandal because it's so ridiculous. So from my own research and studying mainline literature and scientific research on it, but I've already experienced it. So I did the research. I went out and found that what I'd already experienced was real. When you tell your brain to lie, or to not be honest, you're really lying to yourself, and then you start using all this brain capacity to figure out the lie and to then try to project things to cover up the lie. When you get into I'm at a neurotic level telling the truth. People, I go on the air and talk bad about myself and bad things I did. People say, why is he doing that? Because the more I do it, the more my brain cleans out, and now it's just laser focused, and now I know things much clearer. And so it's like removing computer viruses. And so when you get to the point of just not lying, I mean, I used to tell lies every day. Leftists tell lies continually. The thing is, you go to the other extreme, all you do is tell lies. So when you start moving away from lies, you get to the point where, well, I told one lie this week, and that was terrible, because it's robbing from you, not just people you're lying to. So I've gotten to the point of almost zero lying. And it's super empowering. And again, it's cleaning out your computer to where your brain can then operate, not worrying about telling lies. It can just say what's accurate.
I know you guys want me to play this thing that Trump uploaded right here. Here we go.
We're going to buy American. We're going to buy American. So trade rules. Buy America has been the law since 1933. Also caps and won't even go into effect until 2025. And by the way, that law was written and the benefit expires in 2025. new electric grids that are able to weather major storms and not prevent those fires. We're going to buy America.
Trump, holy crap, dude. What the hell, Trump?
Majority of the country. They talk about it constantly. They've set up a whole regime to punish white people on the basis of their skin color. You're not allowed to mention it. You're the racist. Okay, got it. But I don't think I've ever seen it on clearer display than in a now sort of famous MSNBC segment from last week. I hate to even play their garbage, but this is just so amazing. I have to play it for you.
Why are white rural voters a threat to democracy at this point? You would think, as we pointed out, looking at Joe Biden's background and Donald Trump's, that the opposite would be true.
I mean, we lay out the fourfold interconnected threat that white rural voters pose to the country. First of all, and we show 30 polls and national studies to demonstrate this. So we provide the receipts in Chapter 6. They're the most racist, xenophobic, anti-immigrant, and anti-gay geodemographic group in the country. Second, they're the most conspiracist group. QAnon support and subscribers, election denialism, COVID denialism, and scientific skepticism, Obama birtherism. Third, anti-democratic sentiments. They don't believe in an independent press, free speech. They're most likely to say the president should be able to have any checks on Congress or the courts or their bureaucracy. They're also the most strongly white nationalist and white Christian nationalists. And fourth, they are most likely to excuse or justify violence.
So there's so many things that are interesting about what those two pigs are saying on television. And the most interesting to me is that white rural voters are, of course, the weakest people in America.
When rural people, period, are the
rural people,
strongest.
Period. That's exactly right, regardless of race. But that none of the supposed crimes that he mentioned, whether they're true or not, are crimes of action. They're all thought crimes. And so they're the most dangerous people in the country, not because they're killing others or embezzling money or getting rich through the carried interest loophole or starting wars, pushing people in front of subway trains. They're the most dangerous because they have thoughts that those two pigs don't like. It's so interesting.
Well, this is the whole key. And, of course, what you played, as I know you're a news analyst like I am, is just emblematic of all of it. That is the Carnegie Foundation. That's the CIA. That's the liberation theology at the universities. They know the world's 93% not white. So they think, well, we'll control these people who are exploiting by making all their ills about rural white people in America. But if you go to rural areas, I don't care if you're black, Hispanic, white, people are all basically populist. They're conservative. They know what's going on. They live on the land. They're not stupid.
And they haven't done anything to anybody. That's the remarkable
thing. They're the lowest crime rate.
Well, yeah, like what's their crime? Well, their attitudes are bad. Like they will kill people for having the wrong attitudes. I mean, that's what they're saying.
And that's what it comes down to. If you remember in June of 2001, when Biden had just stolen the election, in my view, and gotten into power,
I'm not going to interrupt Alex, but I'll overlay it again. Read this again, guys.
Directive. And he said, white supremacism is the number one threat. Then he defined white supremacism as questioning lockdowns or open borders or forced shots. And so it's real simple. That MSNBC talking point from 10 years ago that all Republicans are racist, they're trying to codify it into law and then define racist as anyone that doesn't want to give up their cows or their farm or be a slave. So what they're threatened by is self-sufficient people, because it's a military takeover by the left and by the WHO. And we talked about this when I was on 3 or 4 months ago on your show out of Maine. They are literally understanding we've got the cities, we're about to take the dollar, we're collapsing the border. Who is the opposition? They're already lasing the target that it's the rural people. Remember I said next it's get the rurals, they're the enemy. And now that talking point is everywhere. I probably saw that clip 30 times the last week, 50 times the last month. And that's their next target, just like when Lenin and Trotsky and Stalin took over just Moscow and a few cities, took them 5 years to take over Russia. Who was the target? The farmers.
The kulaks.
Because they produce the food. And if you get them, now you've got everybody. So they're doing as you did a few weeks ago with that incredible lady, a Maoist/Stalinist Lenin playbook because it works. And so this is happening. This isn't a question. This is going down.
So what's the I wish I didn't agree with that, but the evidence suggests you're absolutely right. What is the purpose? No one has ever explained the purpose of admitting 10 million foreigners illegally into the country. So we used to hear Chamber of Commerce, the farm lobby would say, we need the labor. No one's saying that now because we don't need the labor. And you know, people say, well, you know, we're doing it because, you know, there's some reason we're doing it. I haven't heard one person, including Joe Biden tonight, explain why have they done this? What is the purpose?
Well, I love how you played Merrick Garland earlier. And he's like, yo, there's all these races. They're trying to keep people from voting. How many cities, how many blue cities let illegals vote? In San Francisco, they put a foreigner, not even a citizen, on the board of elections in San Francisco.
Yeah, Chinese national.
Absolutely. So yeah, like a Chi-Com. So they're just normalizing this. And of course, you had Colonel McGregor on a few days ago, and he said literally they're bringing in the foreign army. But it won't happen overnight with UN blue helmets. It's just they're now your police. They've already purged the military. They bring them in. They'll follow orders. This is very simple. So Rome took 400 years of bringing in foreign troops to fall. They didn't do it on purpose. But the globalists look at 1984 as fiction, or they look at Rome and they go, which was historical, and they go, that is a blueprint. That is an owner's manual. That is a battle plan. So that's what the Great Reset is accelerating the collapse of Western civilization, because you don't want in around to compete with the globalist model of eat the bugs and enslavement and collapse. So they're actively seeing prosperity and Christian nationalist freedom. God forbid the rest of the world pick up Western culture. So you brand it as racist. You say it's bad because it's like kryptonite, to Superman, or holy water and high noon to a vampire. If people say, I want my Second Amendment, I want my due process, I want my capitalism, well, then it's over for the BlackRocks and the Googles and the Facebooks. So that's why they're fundamentally branding freedom as a white evil thing, because let's face it, Western civilization did develop from Greece on this incredible thing that could uplift humanity. So you discredit it by making it racial instead of selling it to the world and having everyone adopt it and creating a unification, not through centralization or enslavement, but through adoption, because it works so well. And so the globalist tyrants are fundamentally threatened by Western Christian civilization. And that's why they're at war with it, which is why we should embrace it. And that's the great numbers of double the blacks voting for Trump, or triple the Hispanics, what we just saw 10 years ago. And that's why they're in full panic mode, trying to bring in totally uninformed foreigners from all over who they control and who they can run through NGOs, hoping that they'll be the savior. So as negative as all this is, I see this as the panic button being hit.
Trump said earlier on 21 minutes ago on True Social, and I agree with this, and I know it's not going to be a popular thing, but I agree. If you get rid of TikTok, Facebook and Zuckerberg will double their business, and I don't want Facebook, who cheated in the last election, doing better. They are the true enemy of the people. I don't like the idea of banning anything like TikTok because that sets a precedent, and clearly I don't like that idea at all.
And people love you, black, white, old, young, it doesn't matter. And promoting other shows. And then also not being intimidated by leftist bullying and standing up at school boards and county commissions and running for office and really being peaceful but extremely aggressive about defending our rights and realizing we predicted, Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones, so many others, everything that's now come to pass. We're actually on the mark. We actually want a civilization. We want prosperity. I liken it to, I'm selling for free. I'm giving away ice cold water with lemon in it in the Sahara Desert. And the left's selling sand in the Sahara Desert. This is insane. They're selling things that go against, you'll have nothing, you'll eat bugs, you'll drink sewage water, your families are horrible. You said earlier,
Did Trump try to get TikTok banned? I know they were trying to pass a bill, but was Trump behind that? If so, I disagree with it then, and maybe he's learned his lesson. But I don't like the idea of banning any social media platform like that, because you don't want to set that precedent. You do not want to set that precedent at all.
People don't seek power because we want to be left alone, hang out with our families, go fish, go hunt, go to dinner, go play golf. I'm the same way. But I'm sorry, folks. Good people can't sit there and say, I'm too good for this, because we will be destroyed if we don't. And that's what evil fears. So the good men and women are now standing up, and we're super popular.
I do recall. I do recall it now. Yeah, I do recall the federal.
Bill Maher poses as a conservative now, and I hope he comes all the way
it's
over.
It's a CCP app,
There's
Jeremy.
no
Foolish. I didn't say it wasn't. What I'm saying is,
look at the.
It's just like anything else. You start banning one type of gun, they're going to take them all. They're going to ban them all. You start banning one social media app because it's from a place you don't like, they'll start banning whatever social media apps they don't like. You do not want to set the precedent.
Like oxygen, and we have to just declare the enemy cancer and just say we're done. Shun them. Don't engage in violence. They want that, and just give them no support, and then maximum back the truth, and we will win.
Wow. I as I listen to you talk, I'm like, why is Alex Jones getting canceled? Well, you haven't been canceled, thank God. But,
well, they tried. I mean, they tried, but thanks to you, you were big. You were the.
I mean,
Trump, listen, I'm not kissing your ass or anybody's ass, but Trump helped break the back of political correctness, but you helped break the back, the critical person in the censorship, and you were there boosting me on Fox when nobody else was, and you took us over the top because you recognize if they can get Alex Jones, they can get anybody. And so it's the truth, Tucker. It's not so.
Well, I mean, for sure. I mean, I've defended a million people just on principle, but as I listened to you talk, I was like, well, where's the crazy stuff? This is really smart, actually. And I think I've always thought that. I mean, agree or disagree, it's not shallow at all. So I'm grateful for that. So you think that as things get more intense, which they will, the people in charge desire violence. They're trying to provoke a violent revolution.
Absolutely. They can't win in a peaceful fight.
But you have said, contrary to what they say about you, you've said, no, remain peaceful, period.
Absolutely. I mean, what they do is anytime you're watching corporate establishment, enemy media, you'll see a 3-second clip. That's not, folks, you're being deceived when you see that. So I'll say, like, this is satire. It's the modest proposal by the famous Irish essayist and satirist Swift that if the world collapses, I'll eat my neighbors. This is a joke. But I go, collapse of the world leads to that. They go, look, he just said I'll eat my neighbors. They're deceiving. It's like that refrigerator game where you have all the little words and you can move the words around and say whatever you want.
Yes.
They basically take our words, move them around, and that's a deception. But when you look at what they're saying, conservatives and populists and Christians are going to kill people and they're going to murder people, and Trump is going to be a dictator and he's planning to, enslave everybody. But meanwhile, they're the ones taking him off the ballot. They're the ones indicting him. They're the ones saying, I mean, the Atlantic Monthly, that's the mouthpiece of Sauron, the mouth of Satan, came out 2 weeks ago and said,
Sauron.
The headline was something like, even if Trump wins, we're just going to block him. Well, all Trump did was say, I want a 10-day investigation, which is constitutional. They said, they were honest. They said, even if he wins, we'll just decertify him. So they've basically indicted him in Georgia for saying, let's investigate. They're openly saying, we're going to disqualify him, and then it's okay. So again, there's a murder of logic, and people see that, and they're saying, oh, Trump is going to engage in terror, and there's white supremacists everywhere. So I think you can do 2 + 2 = 4. We know false flags are real, provocateurs are real. We know they tried to stage the kidnapping of Governor Whitmer, and multiple trials. People got released. They finally got the third trial, sent a few to prison, where you've got a bunch of marijuana. You've covered
Alex Jones becomes a member of my
bunch of
channel.
potheads, friendly little guys. They're homeless, and then they tell them, we'll give you $10,000 a month if you just meet with us and just say you'll kidnap Whitmer. So you're going to see a lot more of that, and we need to disavow that, because that doesn't fix it. We're winning the culture war, so they want to induce us into violence, and they've said they're introducing legislation, the Democratic Party in the House and Senate, to strip Trump of the Insurrection Act, which George Herbert Walker Bush used during the LA riots, and they're saying, we know when he gets elected, if he does, there's going to be huge uprisings, and he's a white supremacist, so we've got to drive him from office that way. So they're planning to torch the country when he's president-elect, before he's in, and try to intimidate everyone. So Black Lives Matter and Antifa and all of this Hezbollah, Hamas protests. And again, I'm not for the war. I don't like how far Israel's gone. But they're invoking that and hyping that up now as their third rail, or their fifth column is the Islamicist, to then burn the country down within weeks of him being president-elect, and thinking they can terrorize the American people and the establishment into removing Trump somehow during that period. They've already pre-announced that. So I'm telling you now, 8 months out, that's their plan.
Wow.
You mentioned The Atlantic, which is owned by tech oligarch Steve Jobs' widow, and almost everything bad in the country is financed by the richest people in the country, I've noticed, the oligarchs. And so all the money is kind of arrayed against the population of the country. That worries me. Can you throw off the yoke if the yoke has, hundreds of billions of dollars?
I think we are, thanks to Elon Musk. I mean, you can say what you want about Elon Musk with all his past activities. He's trying to dominate every technological sector. But Christ said, judge a tree by its fruits.
Yes.
And the last 2 years, let's say it's a 360, like right here is New World Order and right here is Total Patriot. Musk was already over here. He wasn't a bad guy, but he wasn't perfect. He's moved basically a 180.
Yeah.
So he's like Alec. I mean, look, you're the biggest guy in media. No, it's true. Let's go. It's not about bragging. It's true. You're the biggest mainline, talk show host. Well, I say mainline professional show. Okay, there's a lot of people under you like me. Elon Musk is way bigger than both of us. He's reaching 100 million, 200 million people a day with stuff you would say, or I would say, he's devastating them. You don't do that if you're with him. So Elon Musk is definitely for real. Because you can't argue with the results.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
That's just the way the universe works.
This is being powered by X right now, I should just say.
Yeah. No. Exactly. So, and he's not censoring us.
No.
In fact, he's boosting us. Probably. So the point is, by boosting, getting out of the way. So they've already lost the culture war. So you can just say Musk. Maybe he's an opportunist. He sees the old systems going down. He's shifting over. That's if he's a bad guy. If he's a good guy, he really cares about us and is a humanitarian and a bleeding heart for freedom and has joined us. But you can't argue with what he's done. But back to the violence. They have nothing they can do now but violence. And so we are entering that wheelhouse. We are entering that zone where they're telling us we're violent, they're telling us we're evil, they're telling us we're white supremacists, we're not. And so it's obvious that is about to basically unfold. But I want to tell the establishment, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, you'd stage a false flag or provocateur or something. It worked. It doesn't work on thinking people now, and it works on less people every day. So I would just advise the globalists give up.
So you're pretty famous, not famous enough for seeing events in some detail ahead of time. You're the only person, I think, in the world who called 9/11 in detail. You're on tape doing it. They're going to fly planes in the World Trade Centers and blame bin Laden. That's what you said. I played the tape. So given your demonstrated ability to get a pretty clear sight picture of the future, where do you think we are in 5 years?
We're either in heaven or hell. It's
what just happened?
Cross the point of no return, and we have maximum effort to expose the evil and be honest ourselves about the problems we have and really try to empower people and reach out across political lines and really turn things around, we have unlimited potential. But I would have to say, if you look into the future, and it's not like into a crystal ball, it's just all the political lines, all the data, it's a very, I wouldn't say a probability, but near probability nuclear war. And I have 4 children. One of them 6 years old. I have nightmares about this because I know this is real.
I agree with you.
I don't say this for like fear porn. I mean, mainline analysts, the atomic scientist group says we're 2 minutes to midnight. It's the closest it's ever been, or like a minute to midnight. And so we have to turn this around because we are entering the system where we're entering the house of destruction, and we're so close. So the Chinese proverb of live in interesting times is both positive and negative. We're in very interesting times. The most interesting probably ever in human history. We have like godlike power, but we're actually decadent slobs, myself included. And so really it's all up to us right now. We are at that point of decision. And if we can get past the partisanship, but that doesn't mean then embrace the globalists and the corporate fascists. No, reject them. And as populists, Christians, conservatives, Hindus, Jews, Christians, Muslims, reject BlackRock, reject Klaus Schwab, reject Naval Noah Harari, who says the future's not human and we're obsolete and robots will run our lives in a decade. No, we humans are the only species that truly controls its environment. So he wants us to just decide we're animals and we're just receiving information. No, we're going to decide a pro-human future. We're going to decide to buy things from farms and factories where humans built it. We're going to decide to control our environment and not accept this big carbon tax system that's meant to make us accept the anti-human environment. So we have to decide our future now, our destiny now, with our actions and with our money and with our will, then push that and reject everything that Hollywood and the corporate media push. If you just, it's real simple. You can study it all day like I do and like Tucker does, and you can know all the nuances and fight it all day, which I want you to do because it's fascinating. Or you can just say, whatever Disney and whatever Viacom and whatever CNN tells me, I do the opposite. You'll do quite well doing that.
Yes.
I should say, not to be dark, but human beings, among other unique qualities, are also the only species that commit suicide.
You're right. Well, exactly. We have that paradox because we control our environment. What animal would think to commit suicide?
Right.
I mean, lemmings run off a cliff on accident. Buffalo do it, but they don't do it on purpose. Very well said. Exactly. So we have that heaven and hell. We have that potential of the little g God. We have what science fiction writers like Jules Verne's 140 years ago wrote about, like rockets that take off, go to the moon, and come back and land again. Elon Musk has done it. Whatever we can envision, it's not like Oprah's Secret where it instantly happens, but with the potential of technology and society, and like Elon says, a big enough population, you need billions to build infrastructures that can do anything. And then once you realize the planet's tiny and there's hundreds of billions of galaxies that are close, I mean, we can see, then you go, oh my God, we're like embryonic right now. We're like a tadpole. And we're not just like, can we turn to a frog? We're turning to a butterfly that turns into a spaceship that turns into a god, basically. And so we're a tadpole right now. We can do anything. And they're trying to tell us, no, you're scum, you're ugly, you're racist, kill each other, because the globalists want to extract out of us that essence of infinity that God's given us, that God essence. We're not God, but we're little g, the first book of the Bible tells us. They want to extract that and use that for their life extension, their empowerment, their greedy control, instead of all of us sharing this incredible magic metamorphosis we're about to have. And they're trying to block the birth pains of what we're about to become, but I can tell them, you're going to fail.
I love this man so much.
When they go after the interesting people,
I can't.
That's when you know you're in trouble.
It's just fascinating.
I always think that about what they did to you. Alex Jones, you've greatly improved and enlivened this. Thank you.
Tucker, thanks for having me.
I'm your wisdom. Are you kidding?
I'm at Infowars.com right now, and we're very close to being shut down. But just like Tucker, it's going to be okay. But it's like they say in Empire Strikes Back, Imperial troops have entered the base at Infowars, so I'm about to get taken out, but it's okay. I love you.
The best. We are done for the evening on the Tucker Carlson Network. We're happy to be back live. Tonight's show was brought to you and us by the Heritage Foundation. You can check them out online. And we'll be back soon here on X and on TuckerCarlson.com. Have a great night.
How can you not love Alex freaking Jones, man? What a freaking fascinating guy he is, man. That was just amazing. That was amazing. I mean, I didn't want to just listen to them the whole time to rip off their content, but it's like when Alex Jones talks, well, of course you're just going to listen because it's Alex freaking Jones. You know what I mean? It's Alex Jones. What are you not? Are you going to not listen to Alex Jones? Of course you are. I know everybody wants me to get Alex back on the channel, or I've never had him on this channel. We've had him on Friday Night Tights a couple of times. We got to hit like CobraCast has been growing. Okay. I would like us to be pushing 4,000 to 5,000 concurrent viewers every stream on YouTube and 1,000 on Rumble. And then I'll bring Alex Jones in. All right. I'll bring Alex Jones on, but we got to have some real numbers going on. Not to say we don't, because honestly, we clearly do. We have, why is my screen timing out on me? But for Alex Jones, man, we got to bring it. So, but yes, we have had a great night tonight, and I really appreciate all of you. Make sure you smash the melee button. I'm not going anywhere. Okay. I'm still going to read some super chats. And, but listen, before I will just say this, regardless of numbers, because at the end of the day, we're already doing better numbers than I ever expected to do. But I'll try to get Alex Jones on before November. Okay. I'll try to get Alex Jones on before November. I think that would be truly fantastic. But we're almost at 3,000 likes. Alan Fox says streaming is hard, though, Jeremy. Yeah, Slain Hope said something earlier. I wanted to get the. He says you're parroting propaganda. It's not a TikTok ban. It's a cut ties with China or your banned bill. Why would TikTok rather get banned than cut ties? Well, I'm not parroting propaganda as much as I was repeating exactly what Donald Trump said. So you can say that I'm parroting propaganda if you want. I'm literally repeating what Trump himself said. So that was a direct quote from Donald Trump about TikTok. Again, right here it is. If you get rid of TikTok, Facebook and Zuckerberg will double their business. I don't want Facebook, who cheated in the last election, doing better. They are the true enemy of the people. That is what Trump said, not me. I agree with what he said. So if you think that Trump is spewing propaganda, then you'll have to take that up with Trump. But Slain Hope's not a troll. Slain Hope watches a lot. So, but yeah, I was not spewing anything. I was just repeating what Trump said. So, and I do agree. Yes, tweeted Tone, my birthday is tomorrow, and I will be doing CobraCast tomorrow, as I always do on Fridays. So yes, and again, I try not to do the whole birthday thing or whatever, but the girls at Geeks and Gamers are always telling everybody. Krista did that last year. They're like, oh, it's Jeremy's birthday. You guys, I'm a grown ass man. I don't fucking celebrate my birthday, okay? But it is a good grifting opportunity, okay? It is a good grifting opportunity, but I typically don't do it. But my awesome friends are always talking about it. So there you go. Doug B over on Rumble for a $100 super chat and says, fuck this piece of human trash, yelling like a dictator and bold face lying to the nation he can go straight to hell. Doug, are you still here, brother? I feel your pain on that. I'm sorry I didn't get to that when you sent it, but I feel your pain, brother. I definitely do. And let's see. Disco Cobra for 50 says, yeah, I'm here for the 199, representing the true breeds. Hope we can make it to the end of the year without a civil war or some other catastrophe. Starting to pump out some videos on the game channel, trying to get a few vids out a week. Keep it up, Disco Cobra. I hope you're still here in the chat, Disco Cobra. Dougie B, I see you, brother. I see you in the Rumble chat. And we're still running 800 strong over on Rumble. Thank you, guys. Make sure you follow me on Rumble and on Kick. Make sure you follow me over there. So let's see. Harley Dave for 10 says, oh yeah, I got that one earlier. That's the Frank Herbert quote from Dune. What's up, Harley Dave? And also Harley Dave says, remember when the majority yells and boos at the State of the Union, they could have already defended those programs, created legislation, and impeached. Yet you're damn right. They could. And of course they didn't. So, and Harley Dave says, fuck, do we really have to listen to this? I know, brother. I know. Alan Fox for 50 says, Fitty for the early birthday present. Thank you, Alan Fox. I appreciate it. You guys don't have to send me stuff on the birthday. I do really good on this channel, and I would never try to over-grift. I grift enough, okay? I grift enough. Hell, the other day, you guys, like, that one stream was just the craziest thing ever. And Willie Will's the one that started it. Willie Will dropped like a $500 super chat and said nothing. And got like just everything started to legalize adulthood, and Kevin dropped in here, and it was crazy, absolutely crazy. Let's see. Final Halo says this reminds me of the scene from the episode 3 of the Senate chamber. This is how democracy dies, with thunderous applause. That is very, very accurate. Very accurate. Sean Puffy says Trump still has Twitter. Yeah. So I was trying my best to keep up with. With True Social tonight and everything like that. And then my favorite part was like when I kept showing my phone because I didn't want to interrupt. So I kept showing my phone. And I don't know who said it, but somebody in the chat was like, Jeremy is a technology wizard. And I was like, I fucking love you guys, man. I'm trying my best to entertain and give some information, and you're still going to roast me. Wouldn't have it any other way. American Idiocracy says he's wearing an ear wig. Jay Ritzy says Kamala claps like a trained circus seal. Major Dave says looks like Kamala had a bad case of clap tonight. Must be leftovers from her Montel Williams days. Oof. Let's see. Maggie says Biden is a maniac from whatever he's hyped up on. Waylon Jenny says, awesome stream, Jeremy. Thank you kindly. Everyone here is good shit. Hey, appreciate that. I seriously do. Like, you have no idea. Tonight was awful. For anyone that's never seen a State of the Union, tonight was terrible. This was a horrible, horrible State of the Union. This had nothing to do with America. He basically talked about January 6th and throwing, people under the bus. He talked about Ukraine. He talked about Russia. He talked about Trump without saying his name, kept saying my predecessor. He lied about everything. He defended all of this immigration stuff. Like, it was bad. And he coughed and he was angry. He was angry. I've never seen a president just so angry during a State of the Union. Is meant to inspire. It's meant to show hope. It's meant to show progress. And it's meant to show that we are moving in the right direction. And it's meant to inspire. And this was not it. And I'll be honest, like, this was exactly what I wanted. I didn't want a catastrophe. And while I do think this was a really, really bad night for them, it wasn't, like I said, him falling down or him like saying some horrible thing that would have pushed motivated them to get him out. This was just downright bad from an optics standpoint. This was a horrendous night for Biden. But it was as bad as it could have been without it being catastrophic to the point where they were like, we got to get rid of this guy. This was a bad night for them. It really was. Lover of Green for $10 says, I'm surprised Biden didn't announce another winter of severe illness and human deletion. I guess Pfizer was a little hesitant to sponsor Mr. Dementia. At least his State of the Union address was hilarious. Yeah, and the other thing, too, is like, what was I going to say? There was a point I wanted to make, and I've already forgotten it. It was when I started reading your super chat. There was another point I make. It'll come back to me though. Jake for 10 says you can tell he popped an Adderall or something for this. Yeah, he was like super fired up in the beginning. And then you started to see it. And Trump even tweeted it out. The drugs are starting to wear off. It was really bad, dude. It was really bad. Magnum Norris for 10 says somebody arrest this criminal. 10 Head says he's so foobarred now. Let's see. Harley Dave says a case study in gaslighting. Cadaver in chief. Yep. Let's see. Gengar Green says, funny how Joe keeps talking about cutting taxes for millionaires when all in that room are making nearly 10 times, if not more, than anybody in the middle class does. 1,000%. Let's see. Boom. Zevin Cross says, what the hell did he say? Biden, I'll be winner, but not me. I don't know exactly what part that was. Dude, he was stumbling all over his words, and the coughing was so bad. Mike Hill says, can't say Donald Trump's name. Keep saying predecessor. Yep. Coalesce says, as the puppet who got this country into this mess, getting the lefties angry will distract them from his mistakes. He's simply pointing their attention elsewhere. I'm so tired of this BS. This was bad. Very says, RIP to Akira. Is it Toriyama? A true legend. Is that his name, Krista? Akira Toriyama. Is that how you say it? Yes. Yeah. That is the creator of Dragon Ball passed away March 1st, Krista? Is that what you said?
Yeah, sorry. My thing keeps going down.
Okay. Yeah, so March 1st, and it was announced today that the creator of Dragon Ball, Akira Toriyama, passed away at 68 years old, I believe. Rest in peace. A true legend, someone that created something that will last in eternity. Few people have created something that is as impactful as Dragon Ball in media. I mean, we're talking like Star Wars level stuff. Like, it really is. Daniel Davis says there's a bill in Canada that pretends to be about protecting children online, but hidden inside its punishments for what the government calls hate speech. The sentence is life in prison for words. It's insane, dude. It really is, man. Again, and I think that Alex Jones is onto something. I do. I think Alex Jones is 1,000% onto something there where once Trump wins president-elect, from November until January, holy shit, man. It's going to be scary. It's already going to be scary in the lead up. But ultimately, and I remember what I was going to say, I said this over a year ago when me and Ryan and Suresh were doing the political show before we created CobraCast and all of that. I said this over a year ago. War will be the new COVID. That's what I said. War will be the new COVID. That's what I believe their big plan is we can't get rid of a wartime president. It's so crucial. We can't get rid of a wartime president. World War III is about to break out. We can't get rid of a wartime president. And of course, words mean something. All right? Branding means something. Striking an emotion within people means something. You can say that there's a war in Ukraine. There's a war in Russia. There's a war in this, Gaza, Israel, whatever. When you say the words World War III, that lands differently. That impacts people differently. That gets into their minds differently. That hits them on a psychological level differently. And you can play a lot of optics and a lot of political games with the term World War III. That's the plan right there. That's the plan. Sarah says the fact that one day all the channels talking about QAnon and Pizzagate got removed only solidifies my thoughts that they're drinking blood and eating babies. Trump for life. Thank you. Angel says, who did the rep response to the State of the Union? And happy birthday. Already giving me happy birthdays, Angel? Already? Oh, I appreciate it. I don't celebrate the whole month like Drunk 3PO and Beardo because that's like, you know, they probably know their signs as well since they celebrate, you know, their birthday months. I saw you, Dougie B, giving me a happy birthday month over there on Rumble. Lance says, I'm not sure if you heard it because Biden mumbles so badly, but did you hear him say that, yes, an illegal ended Laken Riley, but the thousands of others are killed by legals? Well, I had caught that part, but I'd heard him say Lincoln Riley instead of Laken Riley. And for those that don't know, like Lincoln Riley is a college football coach. And he called it Lincoln. He said when they said say her name mean Laken Riley, he said Lincoln Riley. It's fucking ridiculous, man. Prayer says, Jeremy, let's see. The wife is watching you in the living room and she wants me to give you money. Please tell her to massage me to sleep tonight. Well, to Brer's wife, give him a massage tonight since you've talked him into giving me money. I appreciate that. All right. So thank you. So to all the husbands, give me money. And to all the wives, give your husbands massages for giving me money. I like that. That's a good deal. All right. It got a little freaky in here, but that's okay. It's almost midnight Eastern Standard Time. It'll be okay. Anon says Chad making Jeremy work for him. Hey, I'll do it. Waylon Jennings for 20 says, wouldn't surprise me if they start World War III before the elections. Cheating won't work this time. So what's up their sleeve? Yeah, I'm telling you, it's World War III. In my humble opinion, it's World War III. CobraCast After Dark, says Laura. Oh, man, you guys are the best. Funny as hell. Look at that. McCawk dropped 10 gifted memberships earlier. I'm sorry that I missed that. Where are we at? I'm going to probably have to do a square up on this because there's still a lot of super chats to go. So I'm probably going to do a square up this weekend. Willie Will dropped 20 gifted memberships. Let's freaking go. Gungo Max says Jeremy doesn't have 5,000 viewers. He has 2,000, and the rest are Biden supporters who got lost. Someone tell them. Someone called them a handicap. Gungo Max trolling as hell. Astral Change says, "Oh, are you tired?" It's not so much that I'm tired. I'm really struck. My voice actually sounds like this right now. Like I'm powering through with the voice. I've got daily tomorrow, and I have CobraCast tomorrow. And there's Friday Night Tights, but I don't think I'll be there for Friday Night Tights. But yeah, I am. My voice. I don't think I'm sick. I think I'm just streaming a lot and making a lot of videos. Lover of Green gifted 5 D-Day Cobra memberships. I can't even do a Ric Flair. Woo, woo. That's how hoarse I've gotten. I can't do it. Woo. I'm gonna try to do a real Ric Flair. Okay. Woo! I can't do it. Woo! It's so weak. Woo! That's all I got. That's all I got. It's weak. I'm trying. I'm struggling. FMJHP gifted 5 D-Day Cobra memberships. Thank you. Alex Jones becomes a member of the channel. I don't know. That was happening as I'm talking about Alex Jones. Nagranal says, "Happy birthday, Fig." I mean, Jeremy. I hear it so much. I forgot it was wasn't your name. Hope you have a great day. Thank you. Dougie B says, "What's up, Wheezy?" What's up, Dougie B? Let's see. Will Biden pardon Joe Exotic? Legalized Adulthood says they have to scream and cheer so loud in order to maintain the fiction that he is competent and liked. 100% on that. Let's see here. Oh my goodness, there's just so many. I'm trying to kind of skim through and see if there's any questions I can answer real quick. Normally I don't do square ups. I try to read everything. But we're not going to get to everything tonight. Jay Schwalbach on Streamlabs for 25 says, "It hasn't even started yet, and my anus hurts already. I need a shower. I feel dirty." Hold me, Jeremy. Hold me. We have a very respectable community here, okay? Is it officially? It is officially my birthday on the East Coast. Technically, it's not here because I'm in Central Time Zone right now, but it is officially my birthday in the Eastern Time Zone. All right, let's see here. Where are we at? I'm looking. Doug B says he's not the president. He's a bitch for 20. And then says, "Fuck off, bitch," for 10. Dude, Doug B was fired up. Doug B was fired up. Holy crap, he was fired up. Doug B says, "Thank God for people like Trump and Tucker." Hey, man, we got to have them. We got to have them. All right, let's see. Doug B says, "Happy birthday month, Jeremy." Squiddy Girl gifted a membership. Thank you, Squiddy Girl. Thoughts on Fitness with Nigel gifted a D-Day Cobra membership. Thank you. You know what? Maybe we can get through some of these. We'll see. Holy crap. Stone Cold Steve says, "Thumbnail was epic." That was Krista Nova. She put a good thumbnail together. McCock says, "Yeehaw, you're gay." McCock says, I am African N-word who identifies as German N-word. So that makes me 200% N-word. Oh, man. Minority Home for 20 says, "Happy International Women's Day. Oh, and happy birthday. Here's some money." What's up, Steph? Oh, man. That was funny. Shout out to Minority Home. McCock says, "Jeremy is a knee." I'm putting a space there. Girl. Fig. Put another space there. Hat. Had to kind of separate those words a little bit. Poopy McDoopy 199, thank you. Eric for $7.77 says that Trump's State of the Union next year announced that all government scientists that said settled science are being reassigned out of research grant giving departments. McCock says, can I get one for all the racists in the chat? God damn it. Ministry of Wrong Thing. Not gonna lie, Genocide Joe goes way harder than anything Trump has called him. Hail 90, hail 199. Chad Layton says, take my money for your social battery and the joy of woke on woke crime. Dragon Dan says, remember the Palestine alarm clock from Family Guy? I didn't watch a lot of Family Guy. I've seen clips here and there, but I didn't watch a lot of it. Fantastic Mr. Knox says, you reap what you sow when you play both sides. As is Wonky Eyebrow says, MCU fan is a Melody Mac word. Objectively a Cat says, all these people turning out to support people who believe in all of your fundamental values are an abomination against God. Clown World indeed. Scarface says, love it when the Dems get a taste of their own medicine. Celluloid Dream says, unrelated, but I watched the Iron Claw last night, and what the hell was that Ric Flair? It took me out of the movie. 100%. That's what the main criticism of that movie was the Ric Flair. He wasn't a major part in the movie, but it was terrible. Everything else about that movie is wonderful, but the Flair part was awful. AJ says Trump 2024. Aaron says, let's see, doesn't... I don't know what you're saying there. Something chat. MAGA 2024. Let's fucking go 199. Jake says 199 or Crowder or Drew Hernandez. I can't decide. Well, I hope you hung out here, but either way, those are great guys. Aaron says, sorry, that was so fast to say first super chat. Oh, that's okay. I was like, what were you saying there? Shout out to you, brother. Horny Alf says, Jeremy, you fig. Keep up all the great streams. Thank you. Anima Chain says, well, toss him in the hole. Jester of Roanoke says, Gary should join and identify what drugs Biden is on. Eric Pizza Artist says, I can't believe Jeff Dunham's Walter is president. Just Mike says, you sound so retarded. Although everyone I watch at regular speed does. I watch 95% at 2 times. So now I get to give you my $5 for being retarded. Well, I appreciate that. Python Bacon says, how long does it take to get backpacks delivered? So once the campaign ended, then we have to put them in the processes. I can get an update for you for tomorrow, and I can let you know when to expect those. Chat, for those of you that got your backpacks after the first campaign, do you know roughly how long it took for you to get them? I can find out what the ETA is on those, though. Python Bacon says, Biden's late from his butt being wiped. Bloodshot says, there was a last-minute emergency. Biden's diaper needed to be changed. Where can I find the closing Sabaton video? Over on our Rumble channel, my D-Day Cobra Rumble channel. Eric K says, super spreader event looks like Obama and Newsom party during lockdown. Dirty Dog says, did you see Sanders dropping that Riz on Hawaii rep? I saw Sanders wearing the mask. Andy Plays Game says, as the article back in 2020 said, stay alive, Joe Biden. All we need is your corporal form. I agree this time. Bird Up says, how long into his speech before Joe makes a dookie? The Reaper Son says, the sniff of the nation. Mr. VNM1, Bobert and AOC on my face pelvis, please. Thank you. Okay. Aaron says, I just texted MTG. True Social is down again. Will you text Trump to tweet instead? He could take over the night big time. It would have been huge. Dirty Dog says, did you hear Greene? She said to Biden, say his name. I think she should say her name. JD says, it's like a dog and pony show, but you know the dog is going to die soon, so everyone tries to make him happy and takes pictures. AJ with the 199, thank you. As his last straw says, seal clapping tonight. Tinhead says, I came to watch the State of the Union of the USA, not the state of Ukraine. That's what it was. Fantastic Mr. Knox says, look at all these effing warmongers. Disgusting. Rye the Guy says, the dementia yelling is in full force tonight. Lean back, have a snack, take a nap. The threat to democracy must be defended, Joe. Isaac Rudolph Heard those Biden family showers would be covered under his plan. Stone Cold Steve says he just called for CW. What the fuck? Jester of Roanoke says Democrats cheer baby murder and Ukraine. Screw them. Blue-eyed Scorpio. He sounds like a dictator we were told Trump would be. Not surprising when he's able to speak anyway. Dollar for dollar says Biden 24 is a coalition of communism and estrogen. Lord Botha says I don't think I've heard a president talk about the last president so much in a State of the Union. It's not supposed to be it's not to be so hyper political. That's the whole point, though. It shows how intimidated he is by President Trump. He's terrified. The entire Democratic Party is terrified, and it's glorious. Chris Tony says he's campaigning. Legalized adulthood said he has nothing if he doesn't talk about Trump. That is true. Scarface says, what the fuck you lying? Escape from Barbie Land says Biden is the new bad WW2 German guy. Tinhead says insert SpongeBob okay get in meme. OG Zone says sugar-coated shit is still shit. Legalized adulthood says they have to scream and cheer so loud in order to maintain the fiction that he is still competent and liked. Jester of Roanoke says they drugged him talking fast before he wears off. Angel says, I hope Johnson rips up his copy a la Pelosi. She set the damn precedent. That was unbelievable that she did that. Unbelievable. Hello World says, damn, Joe Biden is killing it. Sorry, Donald. No one says, what am I listening to? So much malice in this speech. Protimus Prime says he looks so angry because of the meth. Let's see. Willem says every time he says predecessor, take a drink. David Bach says, so is he going to piss the Supreme Court off when Trump's immunity case is still pending? Not a good plan. Dude, that was wild. That was wild that he did that. David Bach says, so I got that one. Aaron says, thank you, Jeremy, on top of the events. You rock. I hope I did a decent job for you guys tonight. Scarface says, you didn't cut shit. Eric K says, welcome to the high-tech CobraCast, showing his phone. Gage says, who built the cages? Joe? That's right. Hello World says, you going to act like he ain't cooking tonight now? He was cooking something in his pants. Gage says, this is literally the campaign speech. Where is the State of the Union? Trump 2024. Zeltroid, I need a timestamp for when Biden said COVID vaccines cured cancer. I got to see Jeremy's reaction to that. I didn't catch that when he said it. I might have been doing something else. I've seen the clips, but I didn't actually catch that when he said that. So I might have been, because I was trying to make sure I was pulling up as much information as possible, so I might not have caught that. I saw the clips, but I'll have to go back and watch that live. Let's see. Archer Blade says, hopefully this will be the last State of the Union. Let's go, Brandon. Fuck Joe Biden. Jared Armstrong says, RIP Akira Toriyama. Daniel Craven says, Tucker is going live right now on his site. Polite Rude Guy says, I hope my lawsuit to overturn gay marriage works. Al says, they blocked the ability to comment on any of the Instagram posts during the speech. Crazy. I had to go to X and at him and call him a blubbering tard. Really? You couldn't comment on anything of Joe Biden's during the speech? Really? Lord Botha says, all I know is Biden has made sure Joe Scarborough is going to cream his pants so hard on Morning Joe tomorrow. McCock says, can we get an Alex Jones emoji? Doug B says, Marjorie Taylor Greene on Right Side Broadcasting right now. Ray K says, keep that father in jail will be the current day of summer. Let's see. Polite Rude Guy says TikTok is communist run. Ban it. Polite Rude Guy says America needs to ban same-sex alcohol and porn. Waffle Master says don't cut out cancer because they will cut more. Sam says Tim Pool's birthday is the day after yours. Is it really? I think I remember that actually last year now. I do remember that. I think Tim Pool's day is literally the day after mine. That is so wild. Low Light River says 5 years sober on 21st of February. Do you believe in God? I have my beliefs. I don't talk about religion and all of that, but I have my faith for sure. Old Renaissance nerd. Happy birthday, ya fellow boomer 199. Animator Broman says, easy election, boys. It's over by Dawn 2024. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's like, not to be too vague about it, but of course I believe in God. Like, I have life. I have, an eyes that see and a nose that smells and ears that hear. And there's no other explanation for what we have and all the potential we have. But I don't get into my specific beliefs. I was, raised as a Southern Baptist. I went to Southern Baptist churches. But I tend not to talk about religion much because, I mean, I was raised to not talk about religion or politics. And that's just, who gives a damn, right? At least, like I do, but not to the masses. That all changed in 2016 when the left and all these crazy lunatics weaponized being a Trump supporter. And I've talked about that many times about why I came out as a Trump supporter vocally when I felt that it wasn't good for my business, because I was like, they're not going to weaponize that against me. And that'll probably, we're seeing the same things with being a Christian and things like that, and having your faith and believing it, where it's all being weaponized and people are being attacked. And, but yeah, that's really like these lunatic leftist psychopaths have forced everybody's hand. And, there's a breaking point for everybody. There's a breaking point for everybody. But I was just, I'm just a simple Southern boy, man, from Alabama. And here I am streaming to thousands of people on the internet, and I don't know how it happened. Animator Bro Man, I got that one. High Q says, they still refuse to say the name Laken Riley. Yes, they do. Let's see. Rachel Wilson says, shout out to Andrew Wilson and the Crucible. Heather Reed says, if you all want to save this country from out-of-control federal government tyranny, please get involved at the Convention of the States movement. Classics, is it Classic Stang Lover? Is that Stang, like Mustang? Okay, it's all together. That floating aid thing is gonna spark World War III once it gets attacked. Sophie says, 8th over here. Happy birthday. What's up? Pisces. I guess that's what I am. I don't fucking know. I don't care. Shout out to you, Sophie. She started something on Daily today. It was funny as crap. The Heart of the Matter says, when's your birthday? Mine's the 10th. Mine is, I guess if you're in the Eastern time zone, it's right now. Eric K says, Jeremy's voice is weak. I think the boys were rough on him. Stone Cold Steve says, what the fuck was that? You sounded like an owl. I know. My voice is going away. Bastard Luigi says, R.I.P. Akira Toriyama, Mexico in mourning right now. Hailstorm, $25 says, happy birthday. You're gay, from Jay Hailstorm. Look at that. Such a nice guy. Steiner Matt says, happy birthday, Fig. Drink some honey tea and gargle some salt water for that voice. It's a known remedy that I'm sure is used at gay bathhouses too. Jared the American says, happy 91st birthday to my grandma. Happy birthday, Grandma. Benjamin says, Spanish, let's see, where's that? There's too many things coming in right now. Spanish, where's it at? It keeps jumping on me. Looking right now. There, Spanish State of the Union was posted before the English one on YouTube. Tells you something there. Cam Man for 20 says, happy birthday to you. Yeah, Fig dude, nice sexy back in, said the boys on the cruise, you bastards. I guess we are going to get at least most of these tonight because I'm dedicated to the chat. Best chat on the internet. Vol 95, here's for the Superior IRL show and a snake pit to play in. Not sure what is more gay, Ryan's haircut or Jeremy. PJ says, that was planned. No way the Secret Service didn't map and clear the route. That is true. Vol 95 says, no motorcade coverage on Beanie Boy. I got that one earlier. Vol 95 says, hoping Trump does his own State of the Union address tonight at the same time as Joe's. Let's see who gets better ratings. I wish Trump would have went live. That would have been the answer. That would have been the answer. For him to go live tonight and completely just have counter programming. It would have been wonderful. And we are living now in the internet age, and we are full on to the streaming age. He could have done that, and it would have been awesome. It really would have been awesome. Vol 95 says, during President Wilson's re-election campaign, he promised not to spend one American boot into Europe's war. After he got reelected, Wilson immediately deployed the full power of the U.S. military into World War I. Yeah, oh my God. Holy shit, Alec Baldwin's finger. Alec Baldwin's finger just dropped. I can't even. $500! and says social battery recharge. $500. I am overperforming with my broken voice right now, but when you get a $500 super chat, you got to. Y'all want the clip?
Rip a clip. Got to do it.
All right, Hailstorm, drop that in the chat, and I'll play it. Holy shit! And then D what dropped not 5 but 10, meaning 15 total memberships. Holy crap, man! All right, I didn't do the rip a clip last time, so we're gonna do it this time. So I'll let them tell me where it's at. You mad lad, Alec Baldwin's finger, and aren't you like Alec Baldwin's finger? Are you getting ready to go to jail anyway? Are you just kind of getting rid of all the cash? You know? Like, I mean, just like, hey, man, I just got to get rid of all this because they're about to finally get me. PJ says, yes, let's start the State of Our Union speech with talking about other countries. Tell me you're a globalist without telling me you're a globalist. POTUS my ass. POS is more accurate, 1,000%. Yeah, ABF. ABF's like, hey, man. Might as well support the CobraCast. Got to get rid of all this money. Dude, seriously, thank you, ABF. I really appreciate you, brother. And I know your real name, but I don't say people's real names. Even I've talked about this before. So like when I'm friends with like content creators and all of that, if they don't have their real name public or whatever, like even in person, I will call them their online name, and they're like, you can call me. I'm like, no. I'm not going to call you that because I will accidentally call you that on a stream. If I call you that now and if I get used to it, I'm going to call you that on a stream. So I'm just not going to call you that. I'm sorry, Lance. Did I break the illusion? I broke the illusion. I'm sorry. He is really Alec Baldwin's finger. I apologize. He's really Alec Baldwin's finger. So there you go. Let's see. AJ Murray, is that it? Says, what's the over-under on Sleepy Joe knowing what year it is? Yeah, right. Eric Guidewall with 5 D-Day Cobra memberships. Thank you. Daramuth says, what's the thought on Mike Johnson and his reaction so far? You probably sent that early on. I mean, overall, I did like Mike Johnson's reactions, but I don't know. I don't know a lot about Mike Johnson. But I don't think he's probably a step up from what we had, but I don't know a ton about Mike Johnson. He's a really he's someone that not a lot of people knew a lot about him. So let's see. Darmu says, when I shit the bed, that's America getting back up. Mod Eric says, children can drink safe water. I dare them to drink water in the East Palestine, Joe, you POS. Trump lowered prices on the drugs. Joe lies as much as the first time he was bounced from running for president. The nation was told there was going to be a State of the Union speech tonight. Everyone was lied to about that. There was no State of the Union speech, 1,000%. Daramu says, just found out the creator, Akira Toriyama of Dragon Ball, has passed away. Just wanted to let you guys know. Yeah. So shocking. So shocking. Murray says, I got that one. Mod Eric says, goddamn lying POS has always been illegal to sell some things to China, especially military. Joe did not sell it. He left it in Afghanistan for them to sell to the Chinese. There's Doug Beast 10. I got that one earlier. Rumball 1000 says her name is Laken, not Lincoln. Say her name. UPS says, you need to watch the latest Freedom Tunes video. It wonderfully fits one of your points in yesterday's stream. We'll do that tomorrow. If Hailstorm or Eric can pull that video up, we can do that tomorrow. Hailstorm, did you find the clip? Thank goodness for the quartering. Yeah. The quartering let Jeremy run one of his and let Gary run FNT. The quartering is such a great boss. He really is. So I really appreciate the quartering just allowing us to do our own thing. Since he created the Friday Night Tights and everything like that. But here we go. This is for Alec Baldwin's finger right here.
And this is how much it was. $500 donation! You know what he says? Nothing. Drops $500 on the table. Looks over at everybody at the poker table. Dropped it on there. Moonwalked right out of the saloon, double doors. Didn't say anything. Spurs on his boots. Couple holstered handguns. Cowboy hat. Thick mustache. Dropped the money on the table, looked at everybody square in their eye, and just moonwalked right out of the saloon, double doors. Didn't say shit. Didn't say anything. There's no message there. He didn't say jack shit. And you have to be a cocky son of a bitch. First and foremost, that's not cheap. You got to be a cocky son of a bitch to drop $500 and just bounce the fuck out of there and don't say nothing. I respect that.
It never gets old, dude. It never gets old. I respect that. I respect that. Shit never gets old, man. It's fantastic. It is fantastic. Holy crap, that's funny. Doug B says, thank God for people like Trump, Tucker, and Alex. Let's see. PJ says, as long as we don't have to watch Geeks and Gamers Gang give you a birthday spanking, I'm good with the grift. Tweetatone says, happy birthday, Jeremy Osteen. Thank you for the live vids. Thank you. Raging Rhino says, happy birthday, mate. Hope you had an awesome day. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, man. Shout out to you, Raging Rhino. Very passionate, man. If you ever heard Raging Rhino go on one of his Disney Star Wars rants, it's a beautiful thing. It really is. Lying Dogface, Pony Soldier says, the snake pit leaves no chat behind. Hail the 199. And then Lying Dogface, Pony Soldier with the gifted membership. Let's freaking go. Let's see. Ginger says comments are turned off on live chat on disabled on the 2024 State of the Union and a lot of news channels. That's some of them. I know they've done that. If it was all of them, that's wild. Judy says, thank you for having the live chat on the 2024 State of the Union. Other YouTube channels, live chats are disabled. That's crazy, man. Let's see. My night is a lot better with CobraCast 199 live streams. Thank you for having the live chat open for everyone. What is up with all these people saying that? That's so wild. Here it is. I was hoping you would have the live stream, live stream for tonight, the State of the Union. What the fuck is everybody saying that for? That's so weird. Like, I got 5 messages. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 straight messages telling me, thanked me for having the live chat open. That's weird. And these are people that watch, like, the channel. These aren't just like, yeah, these are people that watch the channel. They're member messages. That's really weird. Gregory says, I would really love to see Nerdrotic play Mario Kart 8 with the Geeks and Gamers team on Geeks and Gamers Play on YouTube channel. Maybe one day we'll make that happen. There's McCock with the 10 gifted memberships. Amelga says, state of my milestone right here. Scott says, way to make it gay, Jeremy199. Chris Stalling says, much love, Jeremy, and the 199. Olivia says, the left and this White House created this culture, and they're finally reaping benefits. The benefits. Let the snake eat its own tail. Yep. Chris Stallings with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. Lying Dogface Pony Soldier with the gifted membership. Thank you. Let's see. Lady Nightmare says, I would love to see Trump enter the State of the Union and yell, debate me, bro, to Biden. Matt Grizzly says, protest now is sneak peek of Demon Rat Convention in Chicago this summer. Hashtag MAGA. Cam Man says, I'm proud to be part of the LGBT24 community. Let's go, Brandon Trump 2024. Also, you're still gay. Thank you. Chris says, I want cheese fries. Fuck Joe Biden. Hail the 199. Robert Pennington says, New York is calling the National Guard for help with crime. I saw that. Squiddy Girl with the gifted membership. Thank you. Thoughts on Fitness with Nigel with the gifted membership. Thank you. Ryan says Biden still being held up. Guy the Guardian says Speaker Johnson reminds me of a Kingsman Agent Don. You agree? Also, can't wait to till my 199 arrives. Probably the backpack or the hat. Trump 2024. I wish more people my age would support 45. Thank you. Dan says, what are the odds he asked for an ice cream break during the speech? I mean, it's past his bedtime. F and Dave says he's sorry he's late. His jaw got stuck when it was unhinged in the swallow of a small child. Feckle Giant says Biden pooped in his pants again. That's why he's late. Lee says Right Side Broadcasting has Trump's live True Social post next to the State of the Union video. Oh, okay. That was a good idea for them. I wish I would have pulled that up. Gungo Max says Jeremy doesn't have. Oh, I got that one. Emmanuel, 4 more years of. TFP Wheeljack says, where the fuck is the Easter Bunny when you need him? Aussie Dad Andrew, welcome to the Snake Pit. Willie Will! Jeremy sings, I'm black, I'm blacker than black, and black, 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 and black, black, but black, I'm black. That's what he said. Shout out to you, Willie Will. White Wolf says, I am all in the, it's all the DEI employees don't know what they're doing. Josh Johnson says he's coughing because the Coke has made his throat numb. The Angry Badger says he's still going. They gave him the good drugs tonight. Just wanted to say hail the fellowship and the 199. Alex of the Mountain says he grew up in Puerto Rico, grew up in the Puerto Rican, African, Jewish, Chinese, Vietnamese church. Come on, guys. Greedo Gaming says rest in peace to Akira Toriyama, the creator of Dragon Ball. His work changed the lives of so many. He was a true legend and he will never be forgotten. R.I.P. The Lost Tale says Alex Jones is the best. This analysis is really good. Hail, can't wait till this membership says 12 months. Let's go. Drunken Emerald Arrow. That's Galaxy Express Media, who dropped a proper 199 earlier. Says Wild Tucker has 1.6 million watching on Twitter. Slain Hope, I got that one earlier. Culper says, Jeremy, it wasn't a TikTok ban by Trump. It was a ban on government devices using TikTok for obvious national security reasons. Just wanted to clarify. Okay, that I understand. Noted. Demio Patchy says, I want Alex Jones remake the as pronouns rant. As was proven right. It's a beautiful thing to witness. If you haven't seen my video on Geeks and Gamers, you can go watch that. As has a video as well. Classic Staying Lover, welcome to the Snake Pit. Unbreaded TD says, happy birthday, Fig. D what? Gifted 5 gifted memberships. Darth Chaz for 10 says, LOL, I'm like 10 minutes behind and heard Jeremy say he was a gay ass man, ya Fig. There's so many things that can be clipped out for these fucking super chats that makes me fucking look horrible, but I'll never look as bad as the Act Ma'am. The Act Ma'am will always look worse. D What says, what's your sign though? Scandalous says, Anthony Scaramucci has been saying a lot about how bad Trump will be if he's president again. He was talking to the New Zealand political commentator. Cattle Dog, happy birthday, my figure. Chad Admiral Thon says, hello, my boy. What's up? And I think we're all caught up. Krista, are we caught up?
Yep, we're caught up.
We are caught up. We did it. We got every single one, I think. There might give or take. I mean, if there's a couple I missed, I think we got everything on the list. There was a lot. There was a lot of super chats. But again, yes, if you want to know more about the Act Man situation, you can go over to geeksandgamers.com, and I've got a full video over that. And Krista's thumbnail is just 1,000% on point. But at the end of the day, Act Man is total bitch made for what he did, leaking DMs and all that shit. Disingenuous guy. And it's really ridiculous. Yoshkin says, happy birthday, buddy. I still need my match, but I'm glad you're doing well. Maybe when you're not so busy, enjoy your birthday and keep gaming. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. All right. We got to do sexy back end. It's very sexy back end. Holy shit. I just looked at it for the first time. All right. So, good Lord, man. You guys are insane tonight. Still got 600 people on Rumble. Still got right at 3,000. So 2,800 here on YouTube. But sexy back end, here we go. And boom, look at that. Almost 3,200 likes. Let's get those likes up, boys. Chat revenue about to break 2,000 in chat revenue and 153 new members. You mad lads. Absolutely insane. Crazy as hell. I don't know what to say other than thank you so much. It's been a long, how long is it? 4 hours. Not too bad, actually. So anyway, we got Geeks and Gamers Daily tomorrow. I got CobraCast tomorrow night. I appreciate the birthday wishes. And we're going to do it up and have some more fun. So with that, we're going to leave you here on this. It was an awesome night. I will give you the outro. All right. I will give you the outro. So we will have the outro, a little bit of Sabaton. I appreciate all of your support. Thank you to Rumble. Thank you to Kick. Thank you to everybody over on YouTube as well. And I'll see you for Geeks and Gamers Daily in the morning. Trump 2024. Fuck Joe Biden. Let's go, Brandon. And we will talk to all of you later. Bye, everyone. All right, guys. Thank you so very much. I appreciate it. This has been an awesome stream. I'll see you guys for Geeks and Gamers Daily in the morning. And I hope you have a great night. I love you all. I appreciate you all. And we will talk to all of you later. Good night, everyone.